Hey everybody, how you doing? I'm Paps, the rising VTuber and an artist, and we are back with more Esoteric Ebb. Oh hey, we actually have everybody up here. This didn't used to be here, I think. Session notes. Yeah, this used to be in a different place. An update must have hit in the meantime, I guess. But yeah, let's proceed. Okay, so we were here. Right, we got told off by that super scary fucking eyeball ring motherfucker, and then we got a free sword out of the deal. That was fun. That was an interesting little thing that happened to us. What time is it right now? It's 10:27. Right, I think that means we've also already cleared out everything that there is down here. Pretty sure that's what that means, because yeah, no, the box is empty. The guy's gone. Let's go. I remember we fucked up our check and maybe didn't extract as much information as we could have, but thinking about it in those terms is often unhelpful, I find. Let's get out of here. I think one of the options that we had was to talk to the Asgalists, and I think that might be our first stop, since now we have their printer ink and it's just kind of clogging up space in our inventory. Not that we have particularly limited inventory space, but it's still helpful to not carry around any more mission-critical items than we strictly need, right? Senora! As you enter the sweaty apartment with the ink cartridges in hand, you encounter a rock and a hard place. The rock being a red-faced dwarf, and the hard place being the unyielding stubbornness of a teenage girl. You'll ruin a decade's worth of goodwill. The dwarf slaps a newspaper page against his massive forehead. For what? The girl snatches it from the dwarf's hand. Show me a single thing that's false. I dare you. It's not truth or falsehood that matters, it's the content, the message, it's... By Eila Elvatent, the dwarf mutters to himself, noticing you approach. Mr. Cityman. I've got your special ink here. Great, thanks. She takes a step towards you and quickly grabs a set of ink cartridges. Look, Alphonse, the cleric just allowed us to reach the entire city. They need to hear this. She holds up the paper to his rocky face. I got access to the warehouse. It was pretty hard. I had to... Do you know how much the palace would love to see an article like that? Do not put me in a position where I have to tell the foreman to denounce the chant. For folk. Bah. Maybe I should go. Fail to do so. Feel like I need to step in here. Do you now? The dwarf growls. He then takes a deep breath, rubbing his eyes. I apologize. We're having an issue. I'm just trying to... Mrs. Cityman, please enlighten us. What does the law say on criminal incitement? Specifically in print media? It's a maze of rules. Few of them well written. Let's give me a practical example. As in, what if someone printed a newspaper calling for a violent uprising? Depends on who enforces it and who gets enforced. Ah, then I suppose that grey zone would be a wonderful place to die. Look, Alphonse, look at where we are. I'm in a closet with this goddamn esoteric mess of a machine blowing hot air up my ass. The city already guts us at every turn. The protests at the towers, your PPG problem, that bullshit with the Silkers Guild. They will never work with us. Now's our only chance. We have the people's attention. It's time to drill it into their heads that they have the power here. You're missing the entire picture, girl. It is belittling to call her a girl like that. Gain experience, 5xb. Suddenly snapping to attention. I feel more feminist all of a sudden. I should get experience points for that. Bah. He crosses his arms. You're correct. The people have the power here. And we will use that power responsibly by creating lasting, lawful change. If you keep writing about violent revolution, the average person will think you're crazy. And even worse if you push for all this other socio-relation crap. Crap? What, is feminism also just an ignorant reworking of Askel's ideals? No, it's... The dwarf takes a deep breath. You know I am very much in favor of pressing down hierarchies. But to put such a threatening stance on the way people have lived for centuries, it's not wise. It's not wise to tell women and oppressed minorities that they should have rights. They have rights. We have universal suffrage. Norvik is the most egalitarian city on the coast. We spent decades working on that. Universal suffrage, sure, but 9 out of 10 guild leaders and business owners are human men. She taps her fingers to list off her talking points. Women earn lower salaries across all work sectors. Citizenship is withheld from other folk types on the basis of so-called monstrous traits. Halflings are constantly extradited to the Horde while every major faction ignores their pleas. Mind control being used somehow as a legal tool of the state. I look at the prepared charm person spell that I have, and I have to look the other way at Whistle. And despite the outcalls over and over again, none of the four folk have even begun to address any of our core demands. And don't even get me started on the rights among MGIs or the Fembeard debacle or refusal to stand by all of our... She taps her index fingers against the chest with every word. Cross-folk attraction. Couples. Oh, okay, they're homophobic. Or... No, okay, maybe she means they're against interracial couples? We have toiled, Medusa, he mutters, his voice weak and dry. Decades of work, all to reach this point. You'll throw it all away if you try to play their game. You know the party is not even behind half of these ideas. The party doesn't have vision, that's why we're not winning. We have as many voters as the Free Striders, potential for more. You think the numbers matter? If they're all you've seen, they don't care. We will make them care. Ugh. The dwarf takes a step back to catch his breath. All of the other workers in the apartment just seem to go along as usual. This must be a common occurrence. DC-8 figure out why Medusa really won't tone it down. All this over a single article? Yes, they say in unison. Pah. Okay, so take a step away with the Alphas. So, explain. He appears to calm down and shakes his head. She's bright, but she's in over her head here. If she prints that article in the election issue, I'm certain there will be fallout. And it's not just that I have to deal with it, what I have to deal with personally. I'm fine with that. It's my job. But if she pushes the chant too far from the party line, we'll have to distance ourselves. Officially. Would this article really do that much harm? I'm sure of it. We already get criticized for various incidents in Askel Youth protests. We're towing a line here. Carefully. I won't allow that to be printed. I can't. Okay, and why don't you tell me your side of it? Tell me what's going on. An article. That's it. She holds it up. It's a test page. To see the article in action before putting in the issue. Skim the article. We built this city is the name. It is an emotional and moving page-op about recent events and the future of the Workers' Party. The author weaves in arguments about city corruption and with a call to action. A direct call for the workers of the city to not let the Free Striders corrupt Norvik into becoming another oppressive, free city, where wealth is consolidated into the hands of the few while the many struggle to survive. Then it gives a list of what almost looks like demands, on several wide-ranging important topics, from the Golden Line and Guild Union membership fees, to social acceptance of cross-folk relations and more. It also contains a striking subtext about wealth being extracted from the city and sent east. Her arguments are flawed but rooted in truth. She'll probably get mad at me if I try to say subtle, but I don't know. Is it? On the one hand, one scathing incendiary article isn't going to ignite the flames of passion. I don't think any book in particular has ever really done that. On the other hand, I feel like saying to be subtle is also just kind of going to grind the wheels in the same place they've always ground. Arguments are flawed but rooted in truth. I do think it is overall a good message then. If I think the ultimate point of it is to try to make more progressive steps, I think it's probably a good thing. This is a good message. It's what the city needs. I agree. Too bad my captain over there doesn't agree. She gives a mocking laugh and glares at Alphonse. Come on, help me out here, will you? What, you want me to cast a spell on him? No, gods no. I mean, it wouldn't work, would it? For a few minutes, maybe, but no. Not really, no. She mutters a swear under her breath. The dwarven word for hells. Okay, DC 8 and I have a +7, so literally even if I roll a 1, I would still technically succeed this. There we go. She hates them. She hates how she's been pushed down by them all her life. She hates how powerless she feels all the time, every day. Every time she walks down the street and someone looks at her funny. Every time someone asks when she's going to grow up and start a family, instead of playing around in some Asgulus LARP outfit. I hate that the internet has ruined the word LARP for me due to recent events. It'll recover, but it's still really funny. Imagine if somebody called you a communist LARPer. You see it in her eyes. Hate and anger. Anger from endless, systematic injustice. What are you looking at? She says with a scoff. It's your choice. You don't need this article, the system's unfair, but don't trust Alphonse to change it. Change it yourself. You're on the right track, keep it up. Okay, so you're on the right track and keep it up. I think... Then... So maybe she would have to split off her own party? I guess that would be one option, but it would be... I guess it could be productive in the end. There's no way of saying whether it'll work out or not, but I think people taking destiny into their own hands is usually helpful. This almost seems a little patronizing as well, but maybe it's what she needs to hear? Encouragement would also not be bad. You know what, let's just go with number 1. I feel like usually when you try to explain it more in depth, or saying, I think this one is the more honest choice. Because just kind of glossing over everything and saying that her anger and resentment is justified, which it is, but kind of justifying her use of it to kind of vent this frustration and put the other workers at risk, it's also kind of negative. This has a lot of interesting texture to it as a choice. I like it. Let's just go with number 1. She stares at you. If you publish this, they'll push you out. And probably everyone like you. Your voices will be silenced in the years to come. Instead, speak out slowly, bit by bit, until your ideas are accepted as truth. That's lame. She clicks her tongue and looks over to Alphonse with a frown. Then she glares at you. Not today, but tomorrow. And tomorrow. And tomorrow. Fine. I'll change it. I'll rewrite the article. Thank you, the dwarf says and closes his eyes. He looks extremely relieved. But I'm not happy about it. I'm sorry, but really, thank you, Medusa. Alphonse goes over to his comrades to begin the final process on the machines. She grunts out. You had the ink, right? Mr. Cleric? Yeah, go ahead. She quickly looks it over with a stern face. Green? Really? Well, they didn't have any black. Well, shit. I'll mix it out with what we have. Should make it readable still. Green is at least thematically relevant. She shrugs. Then Medusa pours it into the machine. Thanks for this. We'll actually be able to reach that last portion of voters before the election now. She sighs. And sorry for the mess. I shouldn't apologize, really, but... Her voice trails off as she stares at the components on the printer. It's an ideological battlefield. Keep fighting. She keeps working on the machine. Hey, tell me about your relation with the tea shop. Love that place. Not because it was good, but lots of memories there. Go on. Really sad to see it gone. But I don't know what kind of trouble he ended up in, but I never expected Mr. Drummer to get into explosive trouble. She's not hiding anything from you, but she might be avoiding something. Something about this trouble. Tell me about this non-explosive trouble drummer got into. It's a point of contention. Rumors, really. I like rumors. Mr. Drummer might have had some type of deal with someone. He had people come and go at strange times, so we could really only book the shop for our meetings at specific times. Look, I didn't notice anything that was weird, it was just... The HWBT? She says, and glances at your companion. Or the Free Striders, maybe he had a deal or something. But that's rumors. Nothing else. Nothing else? Not really. He just served tea and made that clacking sound. Alphas might know more. The dwarf glances over to you with a frown. Lean in and whisper, "What about an elf?" Her eyes go wide. We talked to her once or twice. Nice gal. She shuts her mouth and points to Alphonse. Talk to him. No. Well, she said to do that. Why not? I feel like it'd be really funny to ask what are you voting in the election, but I don't think it would gain us any useful information. Okay. Mr. Cityman! You see a throng of dwarves shuffling around inside the tiny apartment. The smell of confined sweat reminds you of that summer you spent as a farmhand on the plantation. Terrible memories. Welcome to the Asgalian Sanctuary on Tolstad, for short AST. Hell's bells, it's like they're stacked on top of one another. An apartment full of nothing but dwarven willpower. Okay. Wait, are we still doing this? We've done this dialogue before. Good, I have some questions. Questions can be answered. Now, we're very busy here, but I'll grant you some of our time. Do you think it was smart to cool down the radical stuff in the chant? Yes, I do believe that was for the best. Humans do have a very different perspective from dwarves, and that's important to remember. But the party's current manifesto focuses on collaboration and guild organization. Calling for some kind of uprising, even an economic one, would be very disruptive towards that goal. But at the same time, without projected power and the united strength of the workers, all of the workers, can we truly win the hearts of the Norvikians? The dwarf shrugs. We'll see once the votes are cast. He sounds like a man who knows very little but feels very much. But we will not forget the help you gave us with this ink. Without you, large parts of the city would be without the Asgalian chant. He hands you a large belt encrusted with Dwarven iconography. For me? Just throw it over your shoulder, cleric. It's proof of your dwarvenness. Be proud! Tear up. Thanks! All the dwarves in the apartment give a little applause. The cause is proud to have you on its side, comrade. We will not forget it. Whose apartment is this? Smee was kind enough to lend us the use of his home until the election. We thank you, Smee! You hear the voice in the back. No problem, foreman! Okay, so about the tea shop that blew up, can you tell me what you know? What I know? I know damn well how happy I am that none of my boys were inside at the time. Especially happy that none of the youths got hurt either. They spent a lot of time there from what I understand. Huh. Did you know the owners? The Birdman. No, I never spoke much with him. Something about him never struck quite right with me. And not just because of the voice thing, just... It seems like he was happy about hosting the youth meetings and letting us have official drinking nights with the local workers. But he seemed to me an opportunist, if anything. Something about the way he acted. Not sure what. Just a good feeling, you know? A man of intuition and little else. What are your thoughts on the explosion? Free Striders, for sure one of their ploys or plans or schemes that blew up in their faces. Maybe one of them hired hags. Or an elemental mercenary gone rogue? I just know it. They're involved with this. And probably the owner, that drummer fellow, as well. That's not particularly helpful. Alright. Thanks a bunch, guys. Now tell me about that belt I got. Belt of Dwarven Kind. A rare magic item handed down through generations among the exiles of Norvik. Looking at its iconography, it's clear the belt's origin lay in the fighting pits of the old country. Dwarven gladiatorial combat was very popular before Asgel's rise. For each hour you wear this belt, you feel the hair underneath your helmet grow thicker. That's badass. Can I like... Yo, this looks so fucking badass. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting overall, I think. Right. I think the next stop is probably going to be the dungeon. That seems like just the most sensible place to head after this. We're a little bit early in the day to go check out anything else. And honestly, we just need to make more progress on the dungeon. I think... No, this is not the way. But maybe this way is? Yeah, I think this is... Okay, yeah, from here we can go to Viscon's place, and then from there we can go to the dungeon properly. This makes sense to me. God damn it, I keep... What's your deal? The dwarf ignores you and whispers to himself, "The storm calls to me." Place your hand upon the wall. You take a step forward. The painted stone surface is smooth. This is no cheap dwarven rock. This is Gate-era architecture, disguised among the rest. Truly ancient. Constitution 15. Tell me your secrets. Advantage. Mika's here. You know what? Let's try it. Oh, baby! You sense a crack in the wall. It wasn't there before. Then you hear the voice. A faint voice. A hoarse voice. Secrets end when spoken. Did the goddamn wall just talk? The goblin says and laughs. Esoteric bullshit really does follow you around, doesn't it? Oh, good. You're not crazy. Talking to walls now. Awesome. Meek not like this. Meek think master on bad path. What's it like being a... You know what? Maybe we shouldn't fuck around with this too much if Meek is saying it's a bad idea. What's it like being a wall? Nothing. Nothing good or nothing bad? Bad. Nothing. In isolation. How old are you? 15 Timaleens. How many years is that? 2,000. Gate era. Could have been built by one of Jor's beasts. What do you know about Norvik? Nothing. Do you know what Norvik is? No. Makes sense. At least the wall is older than the Reconquest. Who built your wall? A god. Which one? Yomistra. Haven't heard of that one. Never heard of that god. DC 20 on intelligence? Deadass? Hearing that name, feels like the wind is listening. She is here. Somehow? What is your name? Chauncey. Oh, really? That's a pretty name. Okay. What's your political affiliation? Fear. Perfect response. Are you sure you understand the question? Yes. Those are all the questions I have, Wall. Okay. The crack disappears quickly and silently as it came to. Then silence. You really have a knack for getting info out of anything, cleric. That was surely an esoteric event. Or else you're turning mad. Bow to the wall. Thank you for your time. It's a good thing we didn't get up too much with the wall, though. The fact that it's not eliciting a good response from Meek is a really, really big red flag. You know what? I haven't seen if there's anything new over here. I think the bag must have washed away. Oh, something in here. A shard of Jor. Don't mind if I do. Hey, kid. Huh? You should probably fix your posture soon. Hey, it's you again. Buying something? Heard anything about any assassins on Tolstad? He shrugs. Nothing comes to mind, I mean, there's always a bunch of weirdos running around the city below, you know? What about iron masks? The kid stares at you. That's... Yeah, I've heard that before. Tell me about it. It's like... It's only rumors, right? But there's this group of angry people in the city ranks. They wear iron masks, apparently. And they fight against corruption. You know, like dark vigilantes. What are they mad about? Taxes? No, it's more like anti-freeze strutter stuff. They don't like democracy? I guess? Or more like dirty money. Corruption stuff. He shrugs. Interesting. Thanks for telling me. No problem. Sorry I never buy anything from you, kid. Ooh. Let's just take a little bit of that. Don't mind if I do. What was I doing again? Right, the dungeon. I've got a really bad knack for... What the... The most useful tool throughout human... What the fuck? Yo, gimme? Bucket. +2 strength, -2 wisdom. Let your face... Please don't... Please don't tell me what I... this is what I think it is. A classical tool showcasing human ingenuity. It carries water well. Any liquid, really. It is indeed just as adaptable as humanity in itself. Incredible. That clearly goes on my head. What do you mean that clearly goes on my head? Brother. No. We are not doing this. What the? Hey, there's something else here. Yoink. Free apple for me. Actually, I could probably use a couple of those apples. Let me get a bite of that. Hey, what's this? Where the fuck are you going? Dude! Are you out of your fucking mind? You did all that for 4 crowns? This takes gut. Yeah, no kidding. Snell, are you sure you want to follow me up here? This walkway does not follow the Safety Council standards of 22. Yeah, I gathered. Do you think it'd fuck up somebody's day if I cast grease here? It probably would, right? Well, I mean, grease isn't a really clean spell, let's say. Okay. Down to the dungeon. I don't think there's anything... Oh! Mouse spotted. Where are you little shit? Oh man, I was hoping I could grab an extra mouse for my collection. I think I only have 1 left, don't I? Yeah, there's 5 mice and I have 4 of them now. Hopefully I'll be able to find the 5th one somewhere around here. Hopefully it's not too difficult to do. Actually, could I mage hand something down here? No, I don't think so. Okay, we learned about that other path as well, the one that's over to the south down here. Yeah, this place. Mushrooms. Oh, can we talk to this person? Mr. Cleric? Yo, it's the druid baddie. The mushroom lady does not appear responsive. Meditation? That would make sense. Madam? Human. A hairy beast towering over you. Its face contorted into a stern and probably permanent frown. Watch yourself. This is halfway's territory. This is a bugbear. They are most common in the West, living in the rough lands between Fort Nip and the VK. She notices Snell with you and gives him a nod. Runner. Hey, Moongoer. Things going well? They are going. She nods in your direction. This is your cleric? Seems so, yeah. I thought he'd be taller, she says with a scoff. I'm the cleric. Nice to meet you. The bugbear places a hand on her weapon. Do not cause trouble. A morning star. Is it for you? A morning star? No, that is clearly just a spiked mace. I believe the term is flanged mace. A club. She will not use it. Have you seen a man in yellow pass by here? She grunts. That a yes? I did. Are you looking for this man? Yeah, well, clearly. The bugbear shows you a deep frown and says, if you see him, stick a knife through his heart for me. Wait, why? I saw him approaching from the pillar chamber. Told him to step away from halfway turf. But that bastard, he cast a spell on me. That's awful. No, I was weak. I saw him approaching. He wore an ugly yellow robe. Then he said a few words and I suddenly happily allowed him to pass. A charm of some kind. I was helpless like a kitten. God, I hate kittens. I will avenge your honor, salute her, I swear. What else can you tell me about him? He had a slightly darker skin, unlike most pale humans in Norvik. He carried a backpack, and several things. Tools. Okay, cleric, please do not racially profile our suspect. Somewhere between a tan hill goblin and pale fell orcs. That's very good information, thank you. She shrugs. You know what? Let's just say I'll avenge your honor. I swear. Okay. Do what you want, I do not care. Anyway, in which direction did he go? Through the south caves. She points towards the damp tunnel down the slope. I warned him about the monsters as he walked away, because of that darned spell. I would have hoped for him to be dinner for some hook horror or dark mantle, but the bastard turned invisible as he entered the tunnel. I hate wizards. Same, can't stand those nerds. The bugbear lets out a grunt. Clearly she's signaling she is done with that part of the conversation. Can I have that spell? Wait, what spell scroll? Well, how do we know she has a spell scroll? No, of course not. I got this as a gift. I can't just give it away. Please? No. Just take it, leave the combo, sneak up on her, and snatch it. Only suckers ask for things. Okay. 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 You look like a great warrior and a woman. Attempt to flirt. Absolutely not. We are on the clock here. Cleric? Point towards Nessun. She okay? Moongore doesn't turn around and just grunts at you. Do not disturb her. Not that you would be able to. She is in deep meditation. Far from here. Leave her alone. Okay, I'll do that. Good. There's a dwarf who says you won't let him pass here. The Dark Dwarf. Yes. He asked for access to the south tunnels. Oh, that guy! Yeah. He is not permitted. Why not? The lady does not permit it. Lady Sageleaf does not allow looters on her grounds. Only official expeditions. Am I an official expedition? She glances at Snell, who shrugs. More or less. She frowns. If you go into the south tunnels, beware of monsters. They crawl in from below, infesting the caverns. We clean them out every other week, but they return often. Can you tell me the type of monsters? All kinds. Anything that crawls below the cracks of the city below. All kinds? Tell me more. Last month we killed a hook horror. It was a great hunt. Before that, a bunch of giant spiders. A grey ooze. Last year we had to get a specialist to deal with a hive of cranium ants. They negotiated for days. The worst was probably the Grix. I hate those things. But I'm sad to say we have not yet to deal with a bullet. Bullet. The land shark predator. They burrow through the air with intense speeds. They are known to invade Norvikian streets at times, taking many lives in the process. I do not think those land sharks enjoy tunneling here, but there have been reports of a few of them moving closer to settlements in the last year over in Verdun. I want to skin one of those things one day. That would be pleasurable. Cool. She grins. What's it like working for the HWBT? They are good. Lady Sageleaf is a great leader. Her power is overwhelming. I agree, that little goblin woman's enough to break a dozen men. Or more. She looks away for a moment. I've been given life here. A purpose. While I do not enjoy living among your kind, the goblins are fine people. Thanks! Not you in particular, Weasel. Weasel? I don't think I deserve to be called that. So, you do anything else down here? A hobby? A hobby? No. I do tend to some gardening duty as well. Keeping the damnedness to an appropriate level, and communing with Lord Pooh when the Dark Elf requires it. The Druid? Has she taught you magic? No. Nassan has shown me tricks. I have no interest in magic, and its foul nature. Huh. You get to fight a lot of monsters down here? Yes. They often break into the upper city below. It is mostly minor monsters. Sometimes a large one. At times undead. Fought a ghoul last month. Easy kill, not too interesting. It is my great pleasure to best a dangerous foe. Her smile is horrific and bright. What a lovely lady. I've got some other questions. But not right now. Okay, let's see. I think we had a chance to interact with something down here. You approach the wall. This is it. The sealed entrance. The one the cultist wrote about. You know the phrase now. Time to test it. Let's try it. Hail Isuth. May fire sweep the coast. The draconic words echo in the chamber. Ave Isuth. Ignis litus verat. For a moment, nothing. Then the wall begins to shimmer and flash. The stone ripples like water and vanishes, revealing a dark passage beyond. Okay, you convinced me. The cultist's seal has been broken. The trove of Isuth awaits. Remember, stealing from cultists is at best a gray area. Gigantic hail snail. The air itself grows freezing cold as you head deeper into the tunnel, until you find the passage blocked by a spiral shell. It is a massive unit of a hail snail. It fills the entire eastern passage. Holy hells. That's one thick snail. And screenshotted it. Don't be rude. He's just a little broad. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, call fat people fat, man. It's not like it's a bad word. The hail we can call this snail fat, I think. I think it's fine to call it a fat snail. The hail snail moves on its thick head, the blue eye stalks focusing on you? Probably? Hail snail. A small icy mollusk, spread in esoteric weather events, often wreaks havoc on crops and roofs alike. The snail's just sitting here, blocking the tunnel? Looks that way. The goblin waltzes up to it and looks it up and down. He looks almost proud. This big guy has been here for months. Last time I was here, he was facing slightly to the left. Moving closer, you do see that the snail is moving. Maybe 10 degrees, or 5. Not very fast. The frozen mucus slowly melting around it indicates a pattern. Yes, it is attempting to rotate. By hail snail standards, very, very slowly. It'll be done by next year, probably. Then it'll head straight out of the tunnel in another 1 or 2. I want to pet it. Why? That would be very cold. A lovely sentiment, but it could hurt you quite a lot. Frostbite is no joke. Okay, maybe I don't want to pet it. Good choice. Isn't this creature blocking your goblin operations in some way? At first, yeah. Sageleaf had plans of cleaning up the roots and establishing a mushroom farm across the south and east tunnels. But the prospect of dealing with that kind of cleanup duty wasn't exactly something people were excited by. So when this big boy fell out of a crack last year, the whole thing got postponed and lots of halfway people were very, very fine with it. He points back through the tunnel. And ever since, we've only had to deal with invasions from the south tunnels. Oh, so this leads to the east tunnels? Yep. Good. I have no business there, right? He nods. The east tunnels just lead to a bunch of dangerous trap-filled spiral halls leading to the shifting falls, and then the water temple. Technically, there's some routes that lead to the lower palace as well, but if you want to go there, you're better off taking the upper paths. You're right, adventure and spelunking. Excitement sounds terrible and bad. I'm already excited for it, you don't have to try and sell me some... No. I actually have no opinion on this. Awesome dungeon experience... I actually have no opinion on this awesome dungeon experience you're speaking of. I am a person who does not enjoy dungeons. I'm already excited for it. You don't have to try to sell it, Snell. The goblin just looks at you, his gaze giving a type of neutral, dissociated look. Basically, the snail have to work down here, is what I'm saying. He turns to the creature and yells, "So take your time, will ya? All the time in the world." What a nice snail. I'm going to take a drink of water. Today doesn't feel like a Sunday. Oh my. That could be valuable. And there's a bedroll here and some other stuff. Oh, damn. Not every day you get to see something like this. Tucked away in the remnants of an overgrown and most likely esoterically shifted apartment, you stand before the skull of a dragon. Not just any dragon. The size of it indicates a formidable age. This is a dragon of the Fade era. You can feel it. This is not some regular chamber. This is a place outside the material. So it's an esoteric pocket, yes. This entire ruined apartment exists within one. It's a rather stable one at that. Ooh, no way I can speak with dead with a dragon. So what kind of esoteric pocket is this? Logically, it should be some type of dimension pocket. It appears rather stable. Dimension pocket? A sliver of a pocket dimension cast into the material realm. It will likely move in time, taking a new chunk of something with it. Stealing items, trapping victims, and hoarding ancient objects. Like this dragon skull. Although it is most likely than just a... Although it is most likely more than just a skull trapped within these walls. Do not linger too long here. Okay, I only have one level 3 spell slot, and I need to save that for the dead elf. So let's not do that too much. Okay, that's good. The cranial structure is remarkably intact, as is expected of this pocket. Highly dense as well. Cross-sectional analysis of the exposed fractures show minimal trabecular tissue. From what you've read on dragon bones, which is a fascination among certain scholars, these are authentic for one. The sutures are completely fused. Full skeletal maturity. And the size appears to point towards a mature age. Somewhere between adult and ancient. A red dragon. More importantly, you notice something lodged in the posterior maxilla. Something in the sinus cavity. Ooh, something in the nose? Careful, don't stick your hand in too deep. Who knows what's lurking in there? Your fingers brush against something cold. Metal. You pull it out. Key to nowhere. Covered in moss and rust. Ancient. Esoteric. It tingles in your hand. What did you find? He cranes his neck to get a better look. Why don't you take a look yourself? Ah, rusty. Then you hear it. A sound. Scraping. Shuffling. Coming from inside the skull. Oh shit. Snell already has his sling out, ready for... A goblin shoots out of the eyehole of the dragon. The fuck? Dumna the Lost. Hey! A goblin. His eyes covered by a pair of faintly glowing spectacle goggles. Around his head, a helm of sorts. Rusty scrap. What you see of his face reveals deep wrinkles and covered in dust and bone fragments. An old goblin? What are you doing in my place? Snell takes a step forward. Hey, this is halfway territory. Identify yourself. The old goblin drops to the ground with a thud, joints cracking. He's wearing what once might have been clothes. Now it's mostly rags. His eyes are wild. Pharaoh, this goblin has been alone for a very, very long time. I'm done. What kind of voice should I give this guy? I was thinking of also giving him a New Yorker accent. But it sounds like he's a very old guy, so I'm gonna give him the old guy voice. I'm the mole, and you're in my territory. I got here first. His eyes lock onto your hand. The key. My key! He points a gnarled finger at you. You didn't just steal that, did you? No, I just found it in the skull. The skull's mine, so you can give that back. Give it back. Give it back now. Give. Literally not happening. Explain again. Who are you? I'm Don Mall. This is my apartment, and these are my dragon bones. Those asshole cultists already came through here once poking around, and now you? Cultists? Yeah, one of them at least. Came through here, I don't know, a few weeks back. Wore these culty robes, culty chanting. Bad types. How long have you been down here? He scratches his head, dislodging a small cloud of dust. About a year, maybe. Snell's eyes go wide. A year? Give or take. What does the key open? His eyes narrow. Wouldn't you like to know? It's the key to the greatest treasure of Aswith's sword. A myth. Snell, we should help him. Get him out of here. The old goblin hisses. Lean closer to Snell. He's hissing. The old man is hissing. I can hear that. I don't need help. I need my key. Snell sighs. Look, old-timer, you've been stuck in an esoteric pocket for gods know how long. Come with us. The Halfway Bridge tribe can... I'm not going anywhere without that key. His spirit has been here for far longer than he believes. We'll send someone down for him eventually. For now, let's just not lose more time in here. Yeah, okay, fine. Have it back. The old goblin's eyes light up. He reaches forward, then stops. No, no! This is a trick! You're gonna grab me, take me away from my home! Drat, you foiled my plan. Darn it. Now I'll have to keep this key for myself. Try to sound sincere. I love how the sound sincere is between parentheses. Like, yeah, no, I am definitely bullshitting this guy. Drat, you foiled my plan. Darn it, now I'll have to keep this key for myself. Poor man. Years of isolation have broken his mind. I'm not trying to trick you. That's what a trickster would say! He unfurls a scroll with shaking hands. Manus Arcana Dominatus! These are not the correct words, but it appears to activate nonetheless. The key rips from your grasp. Oh no, you don't. Let it go back to him. It flies through the air straight into Domnall's waiting palm. A scroll of telekinesis. Ah! He clutches the key to his chest. Mine! And then he leaps. Back into the eye socket. Scrambling, scraping, gone. Stare at the skull in silence. The eye socket stares back, empty. But not really. Let's just leave. Nothing good can come out of staying here. Yeah, no, we should probably go. Shame we didn't really get anything out of that, but I guess that was an interesting little confrontation we had. What is this supposed to be again? Lord Pooh. Among the tangled mess of vines and mossy rocks, you see the thick roots of a bracken tree. They crack open the walls and ceiling of this half-dwarven, half-anticipalian chamber. The nature retaking the artificial. It is beautiful. I'm gonna touch it. They are soft on the surface, a layer of moss. Hello? The tree does not respond. Alas, I don't think it's got a mouth. Or a brain. Guess you could talk to it with some magic. Then again, I'm no expert. Look beyond the roots. They are thick and create a vast, tight forest. However, there is something there. A space beyond the roots. So this is the bottom of the big tree. More or less. The roots go deeper. Much, much deeper. Alrighty. What the hell is that? This is just a stick with a mushroom on top. Yo, word? No, that probably belongs to the mushroom lady. I should leave that alone. South caves, beware of... Whoa! Yo, it's a snail! What the fuck? I didn't even notice that before. Was that always there? Whatever. Oh shit, it's the Golden Horde guy. A tall stone mural stands before you. White mane craftsmanship. 3 serpentine figures carved and painted into the surface. Divine serpents, each coiled and intertwined with the others. The colors are faint, but still there. Greens, reds, yellows. The artistry is breathtaking. Highly detailed yet brutish. Ancient techniques. This was made by skilled hands during the Divine Era. Obviously a white mane remnant. A tingle. This is connected. The city, the wall. Listen. Okay, what if I examine the serpents? 3 distinct figures, each with different coloring. The top serpent has sharp teeth, predatory. The middle one appears more serpentine, elegant. The bottom one has unusual markings. They are interconnected, bound together. Some kind of divine symbolism. What's the meaning behind the mural? Religious art. Inane, really. The white mane believed in divine triads. 3 aspects of power. Creation, destruction, and balance. Body, mind, and spirit. 2 serpents stretching from a singular point. 1 creature with many dual faces. Only in balance between the 2 can the soul retain its divinity. The specific meaning is lost, but the reverence is clear. This was a sacred image. Further down this path there should be an actual temple. Find it. Learn more about these noble creatures. What do you make of this wonderful artwork? The freaky serpent pictures? He shrugs. There's a ton of these all over the place. You've either got snail memorabilia or these lion-style pieces. Nothing else? I'd say 90%. From what I learned at school, it was snails first, then lion, then trolls, then humans. He smirks. Then goblins, of course. Don't you dare stage a coup. You can't stop me, the goblin laughs. Do what you do. Then let's keep moving. The southern tunnels are always filled with scary shit. If I touch them? The stone is smooth, cool, worn by time but still detailed. The white mane knew how to work stone. What if I try to listen to it? You tense your body. The guts squeezed and your ears aligned. DC 17. That's gonna be a toughie. How the fuck? You sense it. The crack in the wall. Once more that voice carries through, faint and hoarse. Deep within and without. Aha! Time for this again. Great. Is it Chansey again? Yes. The voice in the wall is monotone and brittle, as if it could snap at any point. Do you have something to tell me? Yes. Oh, do you? Yes. There is one thing to say. What kind of thing? A message. Please tell me what you have to say. The crack fades. You must go deeper. That's real deep. Deep. On the Overlook, where the bane of my people watches over the Great Flip. There she has asked for you. She as in Eomestra? Yes. Where exactly? The bane below. Alright, good. Just needed to make sure I heard you the first time. By the Flip. On the Overlook. Does this Overlook happen to be another wall? Yes. So I need to go talk with another wall? Yes. You're obviously already proficient at it, so might as well. Okay, I'll go find Eomestra. Okay. The crack disappears as quickly and esoterically as it came to. Then, silence. I'm not sure what kind of strange derailment this is or how it's connected in any way to the tea shop, but fuck it. I'm actually intrigued now. Let's see if we can find this lady in the wall. You will uncover great secrets by following this lead. It has nothing to do with the rest of your mission here, but if you wish to grow your esoteric knowledge, this is exactly the path to tread. Good to know. We're gonna have to talk with this guy to get through, aren't we? Or maybe we won't have to. Either way, I do feel like we should probably save. Beware the crunch. Snell, can I... Please don't step on the literal human skulls. Oh, can we just pass? Cave paintings. The strange markings cover the cave walls, painted in faded pigments. Am I just, like, interrupting this person's visit? Like, are they cool with me? Okay, they are, like... Okay, they have, like, a spotlight head. That's really freaking me out a little bit. Humanoid figures. Simple. Primitive. Red and white against the dark stone. Multiple figures depicted across several surfaces. Okay, let's take a closer look. You step closer to inspect them. The style is unsettling. Crude stick figures with circular heads, arms spread wide. Some kind of ritual or dance. How many figures? You scan across the walls. 3 distinct figures, each a unique design. These look human. They do. Humanoid, at least. 2 arms, 2 legs, brown head. But the style is too simple to determine species. Could be human, could be something else. 18 is pretty high, but I bet I can do it. Absolutely not. These are old. Older than the White Mane ruins, but that's just a guess. Dating cave paintings is difficult without proper study. Well, I have 16 shards, so why not? Now that's more like it! You study the figures carefully. The pigments, the style, the preservation. It is not White Mane or snail folk in origin. These paintings predate all of them. What, before the snail folk? Yes, before the Fade era. At the earliest, these should be dated to the early Gate Wars, long before recorded human history. Huh, they do look quite alien. What are those creatures even supposed to be? They could be depictions of a forgotten beast of yore, a folk type or higher being connected with Jor. Though the less exciting answer could be, these are rare aberrations, depicted by whatever people inhabited Ascan before the Tulin Kal. I choose to believe that these are super interesting alien artwork that just happens to be left here below the city. But I should probably document this. You already are. Look down at your hands. Pencil in hand, you see a scribble depicting these 3 figures, along with the strange lettering. Didn't know you were an art connoisseur, cleric, your companion says, looking over your sketches. Which one of these 3 do you like the most? I think the one on the right. Why? Broad-legged son of a bitch, nothing could topple that stance. The goblin laughs at your justification. I can see that. I'll pick the same. Right. Okay, I now have apparently sketches of these things, or I've learned more about them. Both could be fairly interesting. I think everything that I have equipped either just gives me a +1, or it helps me in some way pretty much without any kind of downside. So I think I'm happy with that loadout. Okay, I don't have to talk to this person, but I probably should at least understand what they're up to down here. Lighting up the passage like a miniature sun, you see the Golden Horde Ambassador. How lucky I am to have run into you here again, cleric, for I have a message for you. Its slight flutters. And you too, Snell. Yeah, hey! Your companion says at a very comfortable distance. Ambassador? Our previous meeting was satisfactory. I have made certain to note your name down for future reference if the need for more information does arise. The light dances across your uniform, nearly blinding you in this dark place. You learn anything interesting while down here? Nothing I can disclose. Got it. Good. You got a permit to be down here? No. No? I have immunity. So what, you can just do crimes? No. However, if you wish to bring this minor issue up with your patriarch, I will receive it in haste. I promise. I don't really care about this, to be quite honest. In any case, I have some things to take care of, so... As do I. My dealings here are complete. Thank you for this conversation, cleric. The light shall reach you again one day, I am sure. The ambassador eerily begins to float away towards one of the many pits of the southern caves, the radiant light leaving along without any traces of light. Good talk. Cool, cool, cool. I don't like that they went in deeper. Ooh, what could this be? Yoink. And a yoink. Being able to remote control yoink stuff is really kind of a game changer. I think Bone Dust restores one level 3 slot, right? No, 2 second level slots. What does the Dream Patch do? Oh, the Dream Patch does 3rd level slots. Well, shit, I could probably talk to the Dragon Head all I want then. Be right back, Caves. Papa has something to take care of. This is gonna be great. I'm gonna get to talk to a dragon. How many times can someone say that they can do that? Oh damn! Not every day you get to see something like this. Okay. Yada yada yada. Okay. Let's try Speak with Dead. Animare. Lean in and whisper to the skull. Animare. Oh, I might have made a big mistake. A deep rumble all throughout the walls of the apartment. Whoa! I bet the old man felt that. I'm having a chat with our friend here. Great! Very useful, he yells while attempting to keep his footing. A wind courses through the chamber, through every orifice of the dragon's skull and through you. Then it stops. He is ready. What color are you? I don't mean that in a weird way. It's just, you know, dragons tend to be pretty different depending on the chromatics. Not saying you're an asshole just because you're not a golden dragon or anything, but I mean it would probably make things easier. How do I get my own pet dragon? That would be a crazy thing to ask. So are you the son? Okay, what is your name? Another rumble. Ego sum terror, horas vasto, sum primogenitus. The voice causes you to recoil violently. I am the terror. I raise coasts. I am the firstborn. 4 more questions. Yeah, tell me something I don't know. Try to not fall over. It calms down, but the wind continues. I am the master of Zerkamut, the first flame. Zerkamut, the vast network of near-surface caves found along the slopes of Vizca, said to have held a layer of his tooth during his reign in Ascan. I am Primo Daex. 3 more questions. Where's your father's hoard? The really famous one. My wrath knows no bounds, it continues, ignoring your question. Betrayed by flesh and stone. We could not foresee the cursed nature of this city. Its haunted spirit, a relic of Jor. It trapped me here. Oh, Father, near great worm of ash and snow, how I was to rise from your shadow. What strings were meant to seal this fate? What terror faltered in my absence? How I was to take the throne. How I was to lay siege to all bands. Frustra. All in vain. 2 more questions. Seriously though, where is Asuth's hoard? Again, everything in the pocket shakes. Had it not been for this pocket of foul magic, the remnants of Jor did it all. A hole in time and space. My eyes forced to watch for centuries as millennia pass. 1 moment inside equal 10 outside. That is the nature of this pocket. You see now. This pocket that engulfs his apartment, these bones, and whatever tunnels through these walls. It is a time pocket. 1 second inside equals 10 outside. Oh. Ow. The goblin has figured it out as well. Oh shit, is that bad? It's fine, we've only been here for a few minutes. Yeah, but let's not stay. Ask your last question. 1 more question. Only one single question comes to mind. Where is the fucking Horde of Asuth? Why upon this scorched earth would I ever tell you such a thing, tiny human? When we brought the wealth into the center of the world, Solium Ignis, to rebuild the greatest empire of any world beyond and within, there was nothing stopping us from preparing the perfect hoard for my father. The perfect throne for his domain of fire. It is the greatest treasure ever accumulated. But you will never, ever find it, for it was swallowed. It was buried. It was locked. The skull chatters, the apartment shakes as the remains of Primo Dix let out a maddening laughter. As the sound fades, so does the mimicry of life. Oh boy. I mean, look, we're not looking for any dragon treasure, we got stuff to do, but I'll admit, that does sound quite juicy. Yeah, I'd love to go on a treasure hunt. If it involves the greatest treasure in all of existence, then... either way, it'll be a hassle to have that much money. Now let's get out of this pocket before we waste any more time. It's already been... what, 30 minutes outside? Yeah, let's get out of here. That was fucked up, but I guess now I get to say that I talked to a dragon, technically. Alright. Patch applied. Feels esoteric. That's gonna come in handy in case we need anything. And I get the feeling we're gonna need quite a few different spells backing us up next in this coming time. Let's be honest, dungeons full of monsters are probably gonna be a problem in one way or another. A shard of Jor. Ooh, where? Yoink. We got something else here. What is that? A fancy hat! A yellow hat? You grab the smooth fabric. Yeah, this is like 1,000 crowns worth of esoteric cloth. Whoever dropped this is either rich as shit or had to run from something real dangerous. Your companion looks around, a bead of sweat rolling down his brow. A Frank must have gone through here. Keep an eye open. It's yours now. Damn right it is. Can I wear it? Fancy hat. Made out of a premium quality silken yellow fabric. The kind you'd expect to see on a high-class freestrider. Whoever owned it previously must have gotten lost in the horrors of the city below. You, however, obviously cannot wear it. It is nowhere near helm-like enough. Though you could carry it around, maybe? I guess? Don't really see the purpose of that, but sure. A fresh corpse. A headless corpse. Looks like some type of rogue. Oh yeah? Esoteric lockpick. +2 dexterity. Makes easy work of any lockpicking job. The dungeon continues into the far west part of Tolstad. But evidently that's not any of our business. You know what? We could probably stand to have more dexterity compared to constitution. You see it. It's a damn monster! Master, this is... beware! To your right. Your gut, it sees death. The goblin jolts to the side. Cleric, there's... Huh? Big monster! Oh. Hey. Oh no. Alright, time to roll initiative. One of the stalagmites has sprouted a particularly nasty-looking maw. It was hidden well, but Meek's warning saved you from getting grabbed in the last second. Now fight! Here we go. The goblin mutters as he brings out his sling in one swift motion. Gods bless my bullet. He fires off a shot, hitting the beast right at its center of mass. But it just bounces off. The roper shrieks, clearly angered. You feel weak. This beast will smash you to pieces. Stop. Think for a moment. It'll be worth the investment. I need to think for a second. Yes, you do. There's no time. Just fight. Okay, advantage against evil, DC 6. I got this. Yeah, son! Wait, Lady Fair adding proficiency. It's a girl monster? That's crazy. It does not take a genius to figure it out. Simply look at the thing for a few seconds. This esoteric beast holds but one great disadvantage within this horrific disguise. Its eye. Oh. Oh yes. Hit it in the eye, obviously. You take a breath. Flung around the cavern comes a long, rubbery tendril. Right towards your face. Lashing. 3 damage out of 2d4 is not bad. It strikes your armor. But it is okay, for you are a tank. Your prey. Ugh! I'll hit him, I swear to the gods! The goblin lines up a shot and hits the roper right next to its large eye. But it just seems to bounce off. Cocksucker! Even still, the creature does get distracted by the shot. Let's make this happen. Advantage, distract... Okay. DC 15. I don't suppose grease will help us in any way. But you know what? Maybe Bless will. Alright. Please, baby, please. Oh, come on. You swing, and you hit right on the roper's rock-hard hide. You hear a crack coming from your fist. Seriously? Like punching a boulder. A monstrous boulder. Fools. Breathe. The roper lashes out again, striking at your legs. It hits, causing you to fall down on your knees in pain. The roper roars. Come on, Snell! He whispers to himself and lines up a shot. Just like target practice! With a snap, he launches the bullet. It hits the beast right in the eye. Yeah! Take that, you piece of shit! It roars and is bleeding from its central eye. But it is still standing. Now just angered. And maybe a little sad. Just one more shot! Keep it distracted! You're doomed. Let the goblin do the heroics. I guess I could probably... maybe I should do Cure Wounds. I feel like I'm going to die if I don't do that. Alright. Nope. You swing, and then I break my hand again on the roper's hide. The beast lunges forward way farther than you expected. Its maw brushes up against you and bites down. 4d10 and only 14 hit points of damage. I am choosing to see that as a win. It goes right through your chainmail. A deep wound gushing blood. Cleric! Shit! I'm okay. Cough up blood. This is the end. The beast will be felled. Snell gives you a nod as he twirls one last bullet with a sling. With a loud snap, he fires it. The echo dances around the cavern, ringing in your ears along with the horrific screeching of the roper. As the bullet hits it straight in the large, unblinking eye. Gotcha! It shrieks and pulls back. The terrible noise disappears into the abyss. Tentacles writhing, the roper blindly flees. In its panic, it runs right over the edge. You fill your lungs with air. Your knees are weak. The goblin leans on his knees and groans. That was tight, but well done. Thank you for saving me. Oh my god, bro. I am in so much pain. Oh, I'm gonna need like at least 2 apples and a cardamom treat. Okay, how much incense do I have? I have 8 incense. Let's just get a few more apples to top us off, and then we can keep going, because Jesus Christ, that was really bad. Okay. Ooh, this place is kind of pretty. Aha! Okay, so these are the cats, surely. And that's a lot of incense. That's really good for me. Among the fallen and broken of an ancient world lies among them a single structure. A monument to a forgotten power. At the top, a cracked lion's head glares at you. A one-eyed lion with a single dark and empty socket. It's a shrine, isn't it? A shrine to what god? Whitemane. They lived here. Not first, not last. Does it work? You may prepare spells here, yes. Somehow. Shrines like this often hold a latent connection to Jor's strings. If you can do it at the shrine of one dead god, why not another? What do you think, Meek? Your scarf rustles. Meek thinks spooky ghost, his first comment is before he even opens his eye. Many spooky ghosts in place like this. The mixed gaze darts around the chamber. Yes, 100%. It's trap here. Master, beware. Not surprising. If you gotta investigate, just be careful. I don't know why I even say that. I know you're not gonna listen. You can listen, just not right now. I guess we're stepping forward. You look over the front of the shrine, seeing traces of markings on the surface. Intelligence DC 8. Under the effects of Bless, I think we can be fine. Look for that symbol Askel was talking about. You dust off the front of the shrine, the sides of the shrine. It's faint, but there is some type of symbol on it. It is difficult to tell what's a weathered scratch and what's a creative choice. Yes, a symbol. A symbol of a sun, definitely. If this is what Askel wanted you to find, you've found it. Okay, what do I do now? Get back to your dwarf buddy, of course. Yes. Tell Askel about the symbol. He would be grateful for the information. Very grateful. Like, get a nice little payday grateful. You find what you're looking for? Maybe I'll just be happy that he's happy. We'll all be happy together. I should get back to Askel then, to those other ruins. Man, there's a lot of ruins down there. Yep. Great. Happy for you. The tone of his voice indicates, please, can we leave the scary ruin now? Okay. That being said, investigate the shrine sounds pretty tempting. What's that light from the ceiling? It is an illusion. Do not mind it. It is absolutely not the sun. Glancing upward reveals the rays to be nothing but a magical tingle on your eyes. This is no esoteric pocket, but it most likely once was. Your gloved hand glides over the markings on the front of the shrine. There's something there, inside the stone. And it's... text. Tracing your fingers, you realize something is written, faintly, scrubbed down over centuries into the surface of the shrine. It says, El ojo rojo vigila tus logros. You take a step back and mumble it to yourself. It means, the red eye watches over you. Does that mean anything? Probably. They wouldn't just write that on the shrine for no reason. He shrugs. They honestly might have, but who knows? You glance upward at the lion's head. The eye socket. Perfectly sized for a gemstone. This is obviously a secret you would be able to trigger in case you can insert the correct gemstone. The stony lion's head glares at you with that one sunken dark eye. Might want to be a bit careful about it, but you could probably put that jacinth there. Huh. So I need to insert a gemstone? Yes. Either a ruby or a jacinth would be a rather practical guess. These barbaric civilizations, if you can even call them that, were all the same. Shiny rocks in mysterious temples, used as esoteric triggers. Here goes nothing. Carefully you guide the jacinth to the perfectly sized eye hole. Once close enough, like a magnet, it gets sucked in. Then you hear a strange noise in the walls. Why? Oh gods. The goblin gasps for air, unable to speak. Look to your left. Oh. You almost just died. That was fast. You would have died had the final blade not been blocked by those vines. And Snell would have died if he had stood just a bit further back. Or to the left. Fuck! The goblin's actually shaking. God have mercy. We were so close to just, dying! Look at these things! You'd be cut in half! Are you aware of that, cleric? Yeah, maybe. We'll see in a bit. I've heard a delayed response is normal in these situations. I heard about a guy that got an arrow through his skull once, straight through. The goblin tends to talk a lot when he is in an emotional panic. This fucking guy, he just kept walking around like nothing had happened, like he was just... With a brash crack, the front of the shrine pops out of place. The goblin jumps. A deep, rumbling voice echoes through the chamber, as a lion's skull begins floating out of the shrine along with a ghostly halberd. El vigilante rojo de crin blanca, castigará tu... Oh. We're gonna get punished somehow. Then the skull falls to the ground. Is that it? I'm not sure. He glances around, scanning for threats. That was a ghostly apparition left to guard the shrine. I don't think they planned it to go that way. For once, I agree with you. The skull is just on the ground before you, and that halberd is just floating there, all ghost-like. Be careful. Loot them, come on. Okay, we should probably save in case that ends with us getting cut in half. Because I feel like that's a very real possibility. Spectral halberd, interesting. A lion's skull. You kneel down to look at the cat-like skull on the ground. What's your thoughts on this, Snell? My head's as empty as that skull, cleric. Can we go? Hello? No response. I can't speak with dead here, since this guy won't get my language, right? Correct. Hey, Snell. Yeah? Can you talk to the skull for me if I cast a spell for it? You can't use magic for that? Nope. Okay, well, if you think it's helpful, go ahead. Do I want to do this? Ah, who am I kidding? Of course I want to do it. You finish casting the spell and the skull begins to make a clacking sound. The jaw opening and closing with a jitter. It is ready. Okay, so tell me what you wanted to ask. You hear him whisper to himself. You can do this. Ask about his name. ¿Tu nombre? Mi nombre es el Vengador Rojo. Pero antes de ser eso yo era el Lietón Baluba. His name is the Avenging Red and also Lietzi Balba? Very strange. This is a weird guy. 4 questions remaining. Ask about his job. Okay. ¿Te gusta trabajar? The skull almost shrieks. Mi devoción a mi Dios y a mis deberes mi único interés. Los gustos terrenales son pasajeros. He likes his job. It's a great devotion to his God. Earthly enjoyments are fleeting. That's 2. 3 more questions. Ask him who killed him. ¿Dónde está la muerto? Ellos están en todas partes. Nuestros hijos, nuestros seguidores. Debemos luchar para vengarlos en el nombre del Ojo Rojo. Oh god, that's a lot. He says his people need to be avenged for the Red Eye. How cryptic. 3 asked. 2 more. 2 more. Ask him about the meaning of life. He grimaces as he attempts to speak. ¿Qué significa la existencia perpetua? Cada cosa tiene un significado profundo, revelando solo a través de la devoción y el sacrificio. Meaning is sacrifice, devotion. Feels like this guy's a zealot. 1 question left. Make it count. What's it like being dead? Right, so like... okay. ¿Qué hora es? The skull speaks, Mi tiempo fue entregado por el Ojo Rojo. He says his time is given to the Red Eye, whatever that means. The corpse's mouth stiffens once more, and the mimicking of life ends. That's 5. Alright, cool. We didn't learn much. But it was fun. Sure. So this axe, right? What is this? A ghostly weapon existing somewhere in between the astral and material planes. However, it is sadly not materially bound, meaning it won't do any damage if you swing it. Damn. Damn indeed. Huh. Interestingly, the wisdom bonus that I... Okay, so it kind of matches my wisdom bonus, but honestly, I could probably do with the strength bonus. Alright. I'm guessing the trap was supposed to be much more lethal than we have observed, but it just did not work out for the... age does it to us all in the end. Time does it to us all in the end. So I think that's probably why. Let's take this back to our dwarven buddy, and then we can maybe get some more answers about what is going on back here. I bet he'll be thrilled to be able to talk with the... Or I bet he'll be thrilled we talked with the cat guy. Interesting interaction between the Jacksonth and the eye socket, though. I wonder if we had used a different thingamabob, it would have had a different effect. Hey man, how you doing? He wipes his brow and yells down to you. Hey there! I found those ruins you were looking for. Yes? And I found the symbol on the ruins. The symbol of a sun? Yeah. He lowers his head, letting it hang for a while. Then he lets out a roar. Por el verde! His little buddy joins in and screeches. That's not a good sign. Huh? The dwarf takes a deep breath. A sun means those ruins are the same as these, he says and taps a stone beside him. They're consecrated. The white mains would never consecrate a secret gate. Damn it! Are you certain? Oh, absolutely. I've spent years researching these cat bastards. I've learned some cat speech. Me llamo Axel. Es un caballo blanco. He groans. That's not cat speech. That's not even close. Guys, not entirely off, Snell whispers to you. I know what I'm talking about, okay? It only means one thing. This lead was off. He scoffs. Time to regroup and rethink, I guess. After the election, that is. Here. He tosses his pickaxe to you. That's a little trick we have in the delving business. A custom-made detect secret-infused pickaxe. A magical item as payment. Not bad. That's a nice reward. Thanks. You've earned it, Cleric of Norvik. Of course, the pickaxe is a bit wonky. The keyword is supposed to be secret, as in you say the word secret and the pickaxe casts a spell. But it doesn't quite work, so do with it as you please. Wonky magical items can be hilarious. Or dangerous. Anyhow, I'll be backing up soon. I am done here. Thanks again. Saved me a ton of time and effort. Maybe in a few months you'll join me for a real expedition? Could be fun. That sounds like a death wish. I'll think about it. Think hard and long. You've got time. If there's anything else, just let me know. Alright, good luck down here. Let's take a look at this pickaxe. A highly dysfunctional pickaxe. It is supposed to point towards the nearest secret. A trap, a fake wall, or something where other dungeoneering goodies are hidden. However, when you wield it, it just keeps trying to point upwards, making it impossible to actually use. Although the runes look interesting. Oh yeah? You inspect the pickaxe. Along the shaft you see those glowing teal runes spelling out secret. The Dark Dwarf told you it could be used to cast detect secret. It is non-functioning. Looking at it for more than 2 seconds reveals the reason why. One of the magic runes has been sliced in half. Normally, magic items do not break so easily by your estimation, this faint damage must have been made by something equally magical. Perhaps a +1 sword, or an esoterically sharp tea table corner. DC 0 is crazy. Biskin shared his knowledge. You've made Bon Vol. One of the runes is sliced. How did I still roll a... Are you dead ass? No, you do not figure it out. Not now, at least. But even if you do manage to understand the mechanics at play here, you would still be forced to invest several hours to perform the extraction itself. All due to the broken nature of that final rune. So while Detect Secrets is a powerful spell, getting a hold of it will take time. Can I... Why?! Fuck it, I'm getting out. I am leaving. Fuck this pickaxe. 2 ones in a row is statistically improbable. Maybe it's bugged or something. I do have 15 shards, so maybe 1 more couldn't hurt? Oh, bullshit! Yeah, +10. Yeah, no shit. This is nothing like your regular memorization. A spell scroll or codex is often nothing more than taking the original content and transcribing it, putting the various esoteric stages to memory in the process. A magic item, however, is crafted to only output those stages per automata, not giving any insights to the inner workings. It is, by definition, reverse engineering. Oh, then I should be able to retrace the steps of the pickaxe's esoteric activation. Which strings are being pulled and when, writing them down step by step. Yes, normally that could work, even if it is a highly difficult and slow process. However, this pickaxe is broken. It does not perform those esoteric stages in proper order, or, more likely, one of the stages is broken, entirely due to that last rune being sliced. It will, no matter what you do, take around 3 hours for you to do this. Make sure that you have the time before you commit. What if I say secret? It vibrates in your hand as you utter the keyword. Then, as if snapping to attention, an esoteric force pushing it to point... Then, as if snapping to attention, an esoteric force pushing it to point straight upwards. For about 3 seconds it holds this perfectly vertical alignment until it falls back down into your grasp, limp. Useless. No, it is not pointing up. Moving just a few steps to the side whilst the pickaxe is erect shows it clearly. It is pointing ever so slightly, in a faint lean, towards the Pillar of Jor. A few more steps reveal that to actually be the case. That is interesting. The green one found useful information for once. Hey, don't talk about your brother like that. Anyway, I'm probably going to do that towards the end of the day. I don't really have time to mess around with an esoteric pickaxe as things stand. I should also probably re-equip my Shy Sword. It just looks more cool. We also have other business over there in that other section of the dungeon, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's up with that. Okay, through here. I'm gonna take a sip of water while we make this traversal. It's also really funny that, in retrospect, being able to talk to the skull, sometimes you gotta go drip for drip, TBH, drip or drown. That is true. Honestly, so real. Yeah, I do. I think I'm definitely one of those people who like takes big gulps of water at once instead of just slowly taking sips. I feel like I don't generally get to my drinks very quickly, but when I do, it's like immediate. Also, hi, Michelle. Okay, what's going on here? Who put these barrels here? And no, back here again. God damn it! There's nothing here. It's just the alligator. Which is lovely, by the way. I don't mean to disparage the alligator, but... Damn it. So wait, then what? We don't know where this man of mystery is, and... Originally, I remember seeing the code float down here somewhere, but I think I might need, like, to be exceptionally lucky for the timing. That, or it is just, like, permanently missed now. That's really frustrating. Whatever. I kind of want to stake out the jacket here, because I get the feeling that because I reloaded the game it'll come back, but that's probably wishful thinking on my part. So how you doing, Michelle? How's your Sunday going? Okay, the barrels are here. Is there anything else? I feel like there has to be something else, because, like, there... Nothing? Doing alright, just doing some cleaning? I hope it goes smoothly, then. Hey, if I could take the ruby back out, can I... No, I can't take the ruby back out, I think. Damn, I could have sold that for a fortune. Is there maybe something down here, or is that just crevasse and cavern? Please let me catch that yellow coat. I want to wear the yellow coat so badly. It looks like such a douchey piece of clothing, but it looks so flashy. I love it. Also, I'm just really mad when I miss out on time limited stuff like that. That being said, how do I go deeper? That's also a pressing question because I don't... Like, I think I'm supposed to go at least a couple levels deeper, but I don't know how to get there. Maybe it's something to do with this rotunda out here? The pillar of Jor towers before you. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. Fine, whatever. Your body quakes standing in awe of this ancient object. How many battles do you think it has seen? How many deaths? How many noble sacrifices given to one's god or king or people? You do not know, and that frightens you. Perhaps one day you will join in that sacred sensation. Perhaps right now? Disadvantage. The goblin is impatient under the effect... You know what? DC 7 seems pretty good. I'll take it. Your gloved hand presses against the surface. You find the will to listen, to bear the burden of that solemn voice. Silently mumbling the same words as always, to your god, to your people, and this great city. It fades. The voices grow, not in size, but in number. Some of them join in your prayer. Some dismiss it. Some hate it. Before you, a dark landscape stretches, covered in bodies of the damned and the waiting, their souls on display for judgment and callous sorting. Among them you see one face turn to look at you. At first you believe it to be him. Then you understand as the man, who appears to be both younger and older, gives you the kind of look of regret a father would have upon seeing the return of a lost child. He turns to face the stairs. You watch him go. Again. 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 Your heart is racing, blood pumping. Get a grip. The vision has faded. Whatever you saw, it quickly disappears deep into your skull. The pillar does not whisper here. It screams. Go down. Further down. You understand plainly. There is more to this pillar you need to investigate. In time and further below. Okay. How do I get further below, though? Like, I feel like this shouldn't be a trick question. I feel like I should know how to do that. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's, like, stairs or something that I missed. I'll just need to recomb the area and make sure that I haven't overlooked anything. Seriously, nothing that I can do that back here? Absolutely nothing. Back here is also no good, I think. Unless... Nope. What if I just prepare my spells here? No, this is the same as always. Oh, wait! Oh, I'm a dingus. I could just go back and use Speak with Dead on the elf corpse. That's probably a good step forward. Hmm. There we go. I should probably recharge that spell slot, though. I feel like every time that I use Speak with Dead on a non-plot relevant thing, even when I do, when I am going to use it with a plot relevant thing, it's going to be kind of a problem. Like, it has just not produced any positive results, it feels like. I need to stop coming back to this chamber just hoping that I can snatch the yellow jacket coming down the stream. Okay, there's this area. Oh wait, what was this? Oh yeah, the study. Yeah, we've done enough deep excavation for now. We probably gotta get back to the land of the living. Or at least we should get back to the land of the living. No way we can use Mage Hand on anything down here, right? It's a long way down. Yeah, I figured. Off we go. I feel like I should save my game before I do this, because I feel like this is going to be one of those things where if I fuck it up, it's going to have, like, catastrophic results. Alrighty. Here we go. With little fanfare or any magical sparks, you see a slight twitch on the scorched body. As long as the mouth remains somewhat intact, the spell will allow it to speak. There is something wrong about this. As if they weren't turned to a coal-like substance, the lips begin to move. Like sludge. A faint wheezing comes out of its throat. Horrific. What are the rules of this again? 5 questions. The spirit of the deceased is under no obligation to answer truthfully. Considering you're just a random cleric, the answer should be fair. The soul itself cannot learn new information. You are not speaking to the actual person, but rather just speaking with a mirror of its mind at the point of death. Souls can only be animated by Speak with Dead once per week. This is your only opportunity. Do I ask it past or present tense? It does not matter. The elf will not be aware of your perspective, and as such will interpret any questions such as what was your name as what is your name. Okay. Remember, cleric, 5 questions. It's all you get, so make 'em count. Be polite. Ask her if you can get her some tea or something. She obviously liked tea. No! Are you stupid? Okay. Why can I ask what is your favorite color? Are you Alright, whatever. Okay. Name? Why were you in the tea shop? Did anyone want to kill you? And who did you work for? Feel like in the bag kind of questions, but it's possible that new questions might arise from there. So let's go with this one. Why were you in the tea shop when it exploded? A meeting. A planned meeting with my friend. The lovely hag. Snell gives you a look. So we gotta find a hag now? This is getting messy. 4 questions remaining. What was this meeting you had planned in the tea shop? It was a sale, a negotiation, with my free strider contract. Oh, interesting. That's 2. Okay. Who actually came to this meeting? Not the one I expected. You see Snell mouth, and it was the ruined body convulses, soot and charred flesh cracking and creasing, as if it is attempting to rise, to get away. The state. Huh? One of her hands, burnt and stale, attempts to unfurl its fingers. It breaks as it does, black dust falling to the table. But it is clear, she is attempting to point. It was you. 3 asked, 2 more. Did anyone want to kill you? Feels like it could be helpful. But maybe... How did you die feels also kind of a dumb question to ask, because she obviously died in the fire, but maybe... We only have 2 more. Maybe did anyone want to kill you? No, everyone loves me. Great, we have a damn saint on our hands. Unless the elves being sarcastic. Can corpses be sarcastic? They can lie during answers if they want to. I wished everyone loved me. Whisper to yourself? Right, do you think she did? He is whispering for a good reason. If he had said that out loud, it would have counted as a question for the corpse. No clue. No, I believe her. Yeah, sure. One question left. Make it count. No, I already know her name. It's Pinja Atina. Or Pinha Atina. How did you die, maybe? I think this one could be helpful. Just confirming that she did die directly in the blast. How did you die? 9 fires of humanity. Cryptic, but it fits the necklace narrative. The corpse's mouth stiffens once more and the mimicking of life ends. That is 5. Alright, cool. What do we learn? It's an elf? That's true, it is an elf that everybody loves very, very much. But whoever showed up wasn't her friend. Instead, she said it was you. I have an alibi. Yeah? I was at the tower, so my patriarch can vouch for me, even if he doesn't really like me. I believe you. My head is a mess, but... Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Huh? We sent for you. If there was some deep state conspiracy and you somehow blew up the tea shop, why would they send you to investigate it? Many of the deep state conspirators are idiots? That's probably true either way. So don't worry, I don't suspect you of anything. My guess is it's another agent of the state responsible. What? The elf points at you, or tries to, and says you're the one she saw at the tea shop? Yeah, no. She means a cleric or an earth god. Something like that, 100%. That makes a lot more sense than me having amnesia. Yeah. It's not like memory-changing spells don't exist, but it's too much. Gotta follow the simplest answer. And that's not you being a secret bad guy. So now we look for more clues. Frank, the witness, we gotta find that fucker. Let's follow the leads. Some interesting stuff to think about. The goblin nods and gives you a thumbs up. Nice work on the spell, cleric. Give them a thumbs up back, then leave. Viskin, baby girl, we need to know where a hag might be. DC 18 is actually doable, unlike everything else. Why does Viskin have a connection with Kraid? Snell warned you about him. There's a zombie downstairs. Advantage against evil. I found this mimic in the city below. A mimic, he repeats. Oh! The creature peeks out of his folds. Scary thing. Master beware around this one. Oh, very, very quaint. You pick up familiars at an alarming rate, cleric. I am most certain you will handle that monstrosity well. I hope you're not implying I'm also a familiar. The pale man does not respond to the goblin's comment. Okay. Cool. That was not as productive as I had hoped, but apparently there is a hag involved. So if we know of any hags, that could be a big help. Not likely, but also not unlikely. What a mess. Who are these douchebags? It's heckin' pouring! I told you they don't open till dark, and you didn't even bring a robe. Okay, so they're just goobers. Very low priority personnel. I don't know why I keep expecting to find people up here. Maybe there'll be something new in here. Nope. Just stuck again. What is that anyway? Oh yeah, I have a lockpick now, don't I? Nope. I miss those simple days when a simple grease spell could solve all my problems. Shit is complicated over here. It's a very pretty tree. Yeah, I gathered that. What's that? Can't reach that from here. Yeah, I figured. Looking out over the ledge towards the roller mill's blades, you see them spinning as per usual. Except, in one of them there's something stuck. You see a rod. A fancy thing. Decorated. How did it end up there? An esoteric event? Interesting. It appears you've spotted something interesting. That design is quite easy to spot among the mass-produced arcane-era magic items. It is an immovable rod. What are you looking at? Oh! He mouths and stares at the same thing you're looking at. It looks like a rod? Weird. An immovable rod? Yes. Are they rare? No. Merely uncommon. Though they can be quite useful as long as the esoteric forces upon them have not waned. However, why it is lodged instead of a roller mill blade, that is a more fascinating inquiry. Snell won't let you fall? What do you mean won't let me fall? Oh, I see it. Wait, wouldn't it be dangerous to try to grab it? You could die, yes. But it might be worth it, maybe? So let's just slip on some dexterity enhancing things real quick. Okay, that's minus dexterity. This is plus dexterity, so my friend Raph's helmet goes on. Intelligence, wisdom, intelligence, wisdom. What does this do? Plus 2 constitution. That's not really helpful right now. Wisdom. This technically increases my dexterity, so I gotta try and use it. And I guess also this thing. Alright, we are fully dexed out. Let's try this shit. Okay. DC 14. Snell won't want you to fall. Alright, here we go. This will end badly. You reach out, leaning as far as you can, and... No, wait! Cleric! Oh no. You missed the rod, but in the process of falling, you've landed right onto the blade of the roller mill. How did you even... Why does this always happen to me? There's a good reason, surely. Maybe even two. Beyond the water, on the ridge of an ancient passage of Georgian stone, stands a young girl. Next to her, her mother. The child points towards the roller mill, exclaiming, Mother, look! A cleric! He's riding the mill! The mother responds with a sigh. Yes, yes, she tells her daughter. Come, we have to get home for supper. I just wanted the thing! I don't care, just try to jump down or something. Do it at the right timing, okay? Okay, I can do that. What? The goblin cannot hear you from when the wheel is turned away from him. Look, just do what I say. On the next spin, jump! Nothing else I can try? This is gonna be one of those days, huh? Why, God? Why? You clench every muscle in your body. You stare at the ledge, the opportunity. The mill blade spins up to the perfect point and... No, I can't do it! Your body does not listen, nor does your mind, lacking courage. It is shaking as the mill rolls past once more. Oh, God. You can't just stay up there. Don't be a coward. Coward. The word rings in your head. Coward. DC -1 coward? Are you serious? It's every day for me like this. Take a deep breath. Your arms clenching the side of the wind blade, with the mill blade, your opportunity slowly approaching. The goblin watches with trepidation and takes a step back. You leap through the air. Far, but not far enough. Cleric! At least for a graceful landing. Your body slams against the hard wall, your gloved hands clutching the ledge. You pull yourself up, rolling over the side. The goblin helps as well as he can. Okay, close one. You okay? Am I alive? Somewhat. As you stand up, you realize something falls to the ground. The rod. It lands with a thud on the stony walkway. Oh! Why did you grab that? I don't know. It's a hard wooden frame with fancy iron set pieces on each end. Along the handle is a button. However, it appears permanently pressed down on. Oh, it's an immovable rod. I've seen one of those before. I don't think it's supposed to move though, right? A quick swipe of your hand reveals its magical nature. The tingle. However, this item is clearly broken. Broken how? Try giving it to the goblin. Hand it over. Huh? The goblin grabs the rod. Let go. As you do, the goblin holds it alone. Yeah? It's really light. It's esoteric, clearly. Try tossing it into the air. He shrugs. Okay. He tosses it his palm up, and the rod does not leave his palm. What? He mutters and tries to let go of the magic item. I can't... It's like I'm glued to it. What the hell? Here. The goblin hands it over to you without a problem. He looks perplexed. Try touching it against the ground. As you do, it gets stuck to the ground. Obviously. It's a broken immovable rod. It's a... movable rod? Sure. Huh. Whatever object it touched last, the rod will be esoterically locked and aligned with. It cannot be moved once it touches an object, unless it comes into contact with a second object. What can this be used for? Used? Oh, nothing. It's quite literally a useless stick. Really? Well, if used very carefully, it could be a bookend. Was that worth it? I mean, it's a cool stick? I get it. My life is like this. It's these dorks again. And here we are up on the roof. What did this accomplish exactly? Like, why are we up here? I feel like I'm at that point of the game where I'm just kind of spinning my wheels until I figure out what I'm supposed to do next. It is what it is. It's good to have some friction with your thought process. Let's take a look at this immovable rod. An uncommon magic rod. When you press a button, it's supposed to be stuck in place and you're unmovable by anything but incredible forces. This one's broken, however. The button is permanently pressed down, which causes the rod to be permanently stuck. But only to the last surface it touches. You can carry it around. It's kind of neat. Oh, that's an accessory? Huh. Interesting. Not very useful, but interesting. Right. Normal helmet back on. Right, I should probably put my pocket watch back into one of my slots as well. Okay. I was gonna say that guy looked suspicious, but I think he's just working on something. A goods hatch. Oh, worm? Oh, hey, this is where that French guy lived. You approach one of the many doors out here on Water Lane View. Hang on. Hold that thought real quick. This one is as damp as the rest. Snell watches your move carefully. What are you looking at? Nothing. I don't believe you. Shocking. Yeah, we don't need to trifle with this door right now. Okay, that's in the Free Trade Company area. We can't get up there, can we? Yeah, that's what I figured. Careful, not too close. Okay, so we can't trifle with that with the griffin either. Unsurprising, but not... but somewhat disappointing all the same. Seriously, how can we find this Frank, son of Frank guy? Oh, wait, I get it. So if I was able to somehow bypass the griffin, I could travel through and go through that goods hatch to get to the warehouse. Of course, I'd have to make my way back out, but that's not nearly as problematic. It says dormitory out of commission. Okay. Clearly not a door we have business with. What about this one? R and A. Oh, wait. Maybe the hag lives here somewhere. I think this is Snell's pad, right? Yeah, Snell HWBT. Okay. Hmm. Cleric, the lady leans back into her throne. You've returned. Okay, I'm here to report some things. I spoke with Drummer. He was hiding in a warehouse on Waterlane View. Did you now? She leans in, saying, And what did the bird say? She glances to Snell. We discovered an illegal smuggling operation, my lady. A what? The bird couldn't have run it himself, could he? There was an undisclosed hidden safe space connected with a tea shop. Drummer used it as a storage space for the Freestrider. I took his papers. Drummers cannot leave the city, at least not in any official capacity. Good. He might still slip on though, through, but this way he'll be at least easier to catch. We will make sure to attempt to catch him. Snell? I've already sent word. We'll do our best. Of course you will. At the very least, the bird was found, and this adds to the full picture. The Goblin Queen groans loudly. God, do I hate the Freestriders. Here, take care of him. Hey, who doesn't hate him? She snatches them quickly and tosses them to the side of the throne. Good, that'll make things easier. You serve well, cleric. The Goblin Chieftain gives you a wicked grin. Yeah, who doesn't hate him? A fair statement. Now, what else? That's all for now. Okay. So, secret passage into the tea shop. That could be a new avenue. Should be a little bit easier to deal with, I think, than trying to bang our head against the wall on Frank, son of Frank. Hell, it might even be connected. How much money do I have right now, by the way? $100. Let's go see if we can afford anything from the fancy shop lady. The spell of the Comprehend Languages spell has already kind of paid dividends on itself. Okay. What can I interest you in? For example, she taps a brass bottle sitting on the shelf behind her. See this empty Efriti bottle? Once housed a fine spirit, it did. Now it is empty, but it's still enchanted with a great power of fiery elemental. Okay, dream patch. Okay, everything else is 300 crowns for the helmet. Nothing doing. Well, maybe it's not so bad. Anything to report up here? Nope. I distinctly remember this kid saying that his boss hangs around fishing sometimes, but I don't see anything like that. Maybe I'm just bad at finding these kinds of things. The rough letters spell out Our Lady's Apartments. Okay, so that's the HWBT place. What was I doing? Okay, either finding a hag. Right, the tea shop. That's supposed to have some kind of secret passage or something. I'm betting it's that framed paint. It's that empty frame that we were looking at earlier. That just seems like the most sensible place to do something like that. Okay, blah blah blah. Look closer. Iron melted. You feel a slight breeze. Look for the source of the breeze. Your eyes glance upwards. The wall. The wall is not a wall. Look at the wall. Oh yeah? Ooh. You run your fingers across the surface of the wall. A crack? No, a gap. It follows the tiles. And one of the tiles feels almost loose. It goes in, just a bit. Then you hear a click. That's what I'm talking about, baby! It was indeed a secret passage. Now we're talking. In we go. Oh, baby, this is juicy! Who doesn't love a good lover? Okay, we probably shouldn't pull that until the end. That son of a bitch! He's got a whole horde back here! It's just barely out of reach. What is that? Warhammer behind bars. Behind the bars you see a very, very fancy warhammer. Cool! Looks dwarven. Yes, dwarven. Their craftsmanship is amazing. You also see a bag of griffin fodder goodies. Quite the expensive treat. Niche, too. It appears to be almost 100% meat. You could easily reach it. Reaching in between the bars, you easily scoop up a handful of the stinky little nuggets and toss them into your pouch of holding. This isn't even an item. It's just mush. You're pushing mush into the pouch. This does not count as loot in any way, shape, or form. You refuse to consider this loot in any way. This mush is not loot. You will not be able to find it in your inventory. It is anti-loot. But everything else I get counts as loot? This does not. Now stop thinking about the mush. I could just mage hand it. What is this? Adamantine Warhammer. An amazing piece of dwarven craftsmanship. Made in an extremely expensive and terrifyingly tough metal, this warhammer feels as light as a feather in your hands. That might be a problem, actually. Hitting anything with this just causes the hammer to bounce back. Why would anyone make a hammer out of this material? That's so dumb. Ooh, turn on dead. That's a classic one. As an action, you speak a prayer in censoring the undead. Each undead that can see or hear you within 30 feet of you will be turned for 1 minute, or until it takes any damage, if it is weak enough to be affected. Now scribble on the spell notes. This spell has waned in power lately. Prayers no longer seem to affect undead since the fading. Huh. Anything else in there? No, I guess not. You check inside the crate. Potions. Several layers of them, wrapped in Reesian newspapers. Someone has written with big letters on the side of the crate, "Spoiled potions batch. Do not drink." Are they all spoiled? It appears so. They must have been removed from another shipment. When checking potions, one would make use of the Detect Potion Purity spell. These potions must have been detected as ineffective and placed here for later disposal. Check the date on the newspaper. Cronus 26 PE on most of them. Last year. Some of these are from your birthday last year. Who brewed these? The labels all say Hex Brew. All the work of Joanna. If you got into the potion business, you could probably make a killing. Nothing interesting about the box itself, except a tiny carved marking of a bird on the bottom right corner. Check the clear liquid bottle with a tiny label and several clear white eyeballs inside. You lift it up and hold it in your left hand. The empty bottle is light and the cork is in your right. Oh, did you drink that? You okay, cleric? No, this is wrong. What? The bottle is fully emptied. Label says Potion of Amnesia. We don't have to start over, do we? Please don't say we do, that would be the worst. You drank it, but the weak spoiled potion only took away a few seconds of your memory. Ah, I see. So you're okay? It's okay, Snell, I remember. Don't scare me like that. Let's just not drink random potions from now on, okay? Yeah, no, that's probably a... Why is there more sand? Looking inside this crate, you find a notepad with several pages of scribbled notes. The handwriting is awful. Is it truly okay to read someone's personal thoughts like this? What if it's a diary? Or a message left for a family member not meant for the eyes of prying clerics? No, okay, scratch that. It says ledger for smuggled goods on the front. A bit on the nose, mayhaps. Oh, smuggling? Awesome! Check this shit out right now. You said it's inside the crate. Oh. Oh! So it's not full of sand. Export-import. Many items you have never heard of before. And some you have, mostly importing. Pocket bikes, a large quantity. Marked as not yet arrived and then terrible state. A number of rare potions with various draconic names. Some you understand, but many are simply draconic terms from Divine-era alchemists. Then you spot a final mention of something called Quillwell cartridges, although it appears to have not left the warehouse. Hey, that's the one Medusa was looking for. The Askell girl's vendor is clearly this tea shop owner. Check out the smuggling guide page. On one of the early pages, you find a section labeled Smuggling Guide. He wrote a guide on his own illegal activity, as a reminder on how to do it. That can't actually be. His voice trails off. Step 1. Use your connections. The Reesian merchants are always good for coin. They pay hefty for simple storage. Step 2. Storage. Move things from warehouse to secret tunnel. Use Freestrider help. Lift up from pillar crossing. They write off missing goods as lost at sea. Step 3. Keep secret. Mix crowns with tea shop income. Fudge receipts. Avoid Sage Leaf's handlers. Step 4. No distribution. Return to warehouse night before ship leaves. Do not sell goods yourself. Stay clean. Those crafty bastards. They've really got their fingers in everything. You should really consider becoming full-time Freestrider agent. They probably pay a hell of a lot better. Over your shoulder, Snell is reading this elaborate display of criminal incompetence. He looks less angry and more disappointed. I suppose it's also a blessing when the crooks of society implicate themselves through sheer idiocy. No kidding. Taking a sip of water. Okay, latest entry. On the last few pages, there's a ton of reminder notices, written in sloppy handwriting. It goes on about missing payments, lost suppliers, and various angry comments about tea shop customers. Probably written to himself. He's clearly not someone who remembers without the help of writing. Then you get to the final notice. It is marked with the date March 21st. That is the day of the explosion. Coast hag potions not yet arrived. Days late. Don't want diluted piss again. Elf will arrive from temple. Then I leave. Don't like tea shop being used for meetings. If they break anything, they pay. Elf. Huh. A meeting in the tea shop. An elf. The smuggler left after letting the elf in through the secret tunnel. Huh. As you start to remove it from the crate, it suddenly starts to evaporate in front of you. What? Turning into magical dust in your hands. Slowly. A curse. What's happening? An esoteric effect. Could be a precaution. What if I put it back? It stops evaporating. Take it out again. It begins to slowly turn to dust once more. Put it back again. It stops. I see. This notepad, it has a defense mechanism. An esoteric abjuration. If you bring the notepad away from this crate, it breaks. Somebody does not want it to be used as evidence in a court battle. You will have to leave it here for now. I'll send someone to take a look here later, don't worry. I'll make sure to mention that they should not move this thing, just in case. Okay, that was impressively stupid. 3 potions of healing, though, that's pretty cool. What's this? Visca ginger drink. Ooh, tell me more. A refreshing beverage, blessed by divinity. Why else would it burn so good? Grants a minor constitution increase for a drink. For a week. Yo. Bag of holding? Hey, no way. Anything in there already? This is clearly a bag of holding. You've seen these around. They are extremely valuable these days. But be careful, you don't know what's inside. I've already died like 3 times today. What's one more? You grab the bag and look into the void within. It's light. Very light. What you found here is a very popular and extremely useful magic item. A bag of holding. Oh! Meek knows this! It is hole that eats all and then spits out. Old Master had one with teeth. Very rude one. No way! Way? What's interesting is whoever left this behind could definitely have stored a bunch of cool stuff inside. Could be anything. Expensive magic items. Messages from lost peoples and their culture. The doom of our existence. Oh yes, but more importantly, it could have a hoard of crowns! As you try to grab the contents, the bag shivers in your hands. The usual trick of just turning it inside out or holding a hand in front of it while thinking of the item doesn't seem to work. It's broken? Or cursed. Damn it, how do I get it all out then? The smartest move would be to examine the bags closer. DC 25 Charisma is crazy. DC 8 Constitution, shove your head inside seems like a really bad idea. Shove your arm inside and root around. DC 50. You know what? It's just an intelligence check. Let's just try it. Oh, how about that? As you do, you realize there's a faint trace of dust along the edge. Bone dust. Give me bone dust! Saying those words causes a canister to pop out of the ether. And another. And another. Cool. What if I just shove my head inside? Not good. The last thing you hear before is Snell saying something about health and safety. Then you shove your head into the bag, and inside you see darkness. Nothing except coldness. Your eyes and mouth sting. You cannot breathe. It hurts. You remove the head from your bag. You remove your head from the bag, finding yourself back in reality. Didn't expect you to do that. Maybe don't do it again. Ah, who am I kidding? Go nuts. Let's try Wisdom DC 18. You think about it, but nothing really comes to mind. Strangely enough, you're usually very creative, coming up with all kinds of strange solutions, questions, and activities, but this time, nothing. Your mind is empty. It's almost peaceful. Okay. I can't imagine there's going to be a whole lot of consequences for just sticking my hand in here. You feel around the rim, but when you do, something sticks to your hand. Pull out! Pull out! You do so, causing your hand to snap back out of the bag, hitting yourself in the face. Hard. Yeah. Not so graceful. Maybe try something else. Maybe before that I should save. Or cure wounds. Okay, here we go. You root around and you feel something hard. As your arm escapes the void of the bag, you see shards of jor. Several, in fact. Some of them drop to the ground and you pick them up. Hey, nice find. You know what? I feel like DCH should be doable. Or maybe it isn't. I can stand that. Maybe if we ask it nicely for something? I'm not expecting this to work, mind you. That does not sound like it would work. It's a bag. It follows esoteric rules, not rules of politeness. Try something else. What else can I do with this? Not much if it's weird and cursed like this. Should I put stuff inside? You could put things into it. However, since you already have a pouch of holding, it is redundant. And fun. You toss a pebble into the void. Nothing you do seems to get it back out. Okay, good to know. Let's put that down and not fuck with it again. Some more potions of healing. Gauntlets of ogre power! What is that? +3 strength! Oh, mama! A pair of leather-bound steel gauntlets. The material is rough and causes your hands to twitch as you touch it. The ominous skulls clearly indicate an evil-ish origin. On the inside there is an inscribed message. Vis Imperium Regni Filium. Sounds like it could be handy. What's this? A bastonet. +1 dexterity, +1 intelligence, -2 constitution. Good to know. It says Joanna, CEO. Major qualum ulus rex. The Drake Slayer. Such an artwork. What's this? A button on the wall of this dark chamber. Sure. Pressing random buttons has never ended poorly. It is probably connected with the strange stairs leading to nothing. The goblin lets out a single sound, then he takes a step back. Oh! Meek knows this! Meek knows this! Push button. Will open secret door. That how old Nastar always put it. Button equals secret door. You don't want to press the buttons now? No, thank you. I'm going to assume it won't spring. I'm going to assume it won't spring a trap or flood the strange chamber. Now let's try it. You do so, putting a fair bit of force on it. As you do, a groaning sound fills the chamber. A passage opens at the end of the stairs. Logically, this would lead to the Temple of Earth. Okay, I don't really need to... Don't know how that helps, but okay. And, oh! Huh. Interesting. What about this one? What does this do? A lever on the wall of this dark chamber. It is probably connected with it opening an entrance. Okay. The lever appears stuck? Oh, okay, it's a tea shop passage. Okay, cool. This goes to the Temple of Earth, they said? Oh, sure does. Okay, that was spectacularly interesting, but also not really helpful to the broader investigation. We got a lot of cool stuff out of it, but Hey kid, where do you say your boss is? The Lassos. Can I speak with him? He's not very talkative, but he usually fishes behind the kiosk in the afternoons. Okay. Off I go. He says he fishes behind the kiosk, but that should be somewhere around here. This feels pretty afternoons-ish. Or maybe it doesn't. I guess we could try to just look through the perimeter connecting to the sea in case we find a mer person. That seems kind of annoying, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody. Behind the kiosk. Maybe he means more literally. I don't think that's going to be particularly helpful for the investigation, but it couldn't hurt. I think I already checked up here, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, that elf. We need to find a hag. There's a voice talking to me from the deeper passages. I don't know how to get to the deeper passages. I guess it's back to the dungeon for the time being? I don't know what else we could do here. Okay, leap through here. Maybe we should just give this place a once-over, just in case. There could be something we've just missed along the way. Like, maybe there's a door that we needed to find or were unable to find, and maybe that's why we're in this predicament. I doubt it's that way. Maybe I should talk about Kraid, or talk to Kraid. What is this? Okay, there's something on the other side of this door, if nothing else. So there has to be more to this than meets the eye. At least that's my best guess. I mean, we could just talk to Kraid for a second and see if he's learned anything new. Kraid greets human. Snell, what should we do about the crate situation? Honestly, he whispers to you, it's not a good idea to start shit here. The whole stolen shipments thing is an issue, yes, but the halfways do not have the resources to deal with a solid unit of a beast right now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm right, as per usual. Now either ask him something useful or let's get out of here, before the crocodile decides he doesn't in fact enjoy the taste of goblin meat. He does not mean that in a sexual way. You could tell, yes, but thanks. Okay. Like, is there nothing we can do on this little alcove? Like, there has to be something over here that we've overlooked. Isex is that cannot be how I pronounce these. Ice Kilton called these indestructible murals. Indestructible. Yes, perhaps. There appears to be a layer of protection around each part of the paintings. Most of the rock itself, too. A spell of Jor's limit protects them. They've survived perfectly. No fading and no degradation, despite what should be millennia of exposure. That's pretty esoteric. Quite so. Okay, cool, but not helpful. Maybe the ant will know something? There has to be some method to go deeper. Maybe I should just talk to Snell. You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. Never mind. Snell doesn't have anything to say about our current situation. Maybe our questing tree is supposed to help us somewhere. Oh, we can take root of democracy. This ought to be a good one. Hey, you've been doing great work out there. I'm assuming this is about the asking people about the election thing? Hell yeah. You know what that makes you? A herald. A democratic herald. Doesn't that sound nice? What exactly does that mean? Someone who spreads the word. Someone who gets people engaged with the democratic process. Look, this is what the new world is all about. People talking to each other, sharing ideas, debating, listening. Every conversation's a little spark of democracy igniting. And you? You're fanning those flames. So here's the thing. All that talking? It's energizing. When you engage with people about what matters, when you get them thinking, discussing, caring, it fills you up. Makes you feel alive. Wait, I don't get any other choices? Great question. In this case, you're just way too aware of the fact that you have absolutely no chance of ever subverting, changing, or affecting this particular democratic process. And obviously you can't stop yourself from spreading the word, no matter what that word is. So here's the thing, all that talking, it's energizing. When you engage with people about... Okay, so tell me more about it. Every time you ask someone what they're voting for, you feel a surge of vitality. The effect of excitement of democracy in action. You gain 1d4 hit points every time you ask someone what they're voting in the election. Okay. Why not? Okay, we can make a bunch of these take root. A freelance hag. There was a meeting planned in the tea shop on the day of the explosion. A meeting with a hag. Locate her and find out what she knows. Okay, looking for a secret door to further below. I don't think these feats are related to story progression, but they might be useful to just internalize now. We seem to have some time. Copper Press Fever. The heart pumps blood to all veins. A fully interconnected series of stops, each necessary for our survival of the whole. All stops must accept that blood. They can never be cut or clogged, or the entire system collapses in an instant. This is the weakness of the egalitarian dream, as well as its strength. Unity in spirit, at both rise and fall. Interesting. Asgalism was born under the conditions of twos. The first, a literacy of the masses created in various forms across different cultures during the Arcane Era. The second, a deep enough divide in wealth between the masses and their masters. Feudalism holds deep and fast due to the inability for its serfs to understand the functions of their system, to see their own shackles and how to break them. The more advanced governmental structures of both federated magedoms, parliamentary republics, and constitutional empires all grow partly due to their bourgeoisifying nature, and modern city-state industrial developments. In this, some states hold out better than others. Some floating cities in Old Diminor, specifically that of the Shadow Lord, would grant access to magical food to all the lower classes. Others would offer free education for all children, no matter their birth, in order to find those gifted in the art of the esoteric. Actions like these, along with a steadily rising quality of life, prolonged the spread of working-class resentment. However, Royfole Empire had no such luck. The kingly line sat on the forged throne for hundreds of years. The monarchical, autocratic ways were roughly burrowed into every cavern and fungus farm, and their population, through developments of the arcane era trickling down through the cracks of the earth, the already massive dwarven populace exploded. Within a generation, it doubled. Approximately 30 million dwarves lived in the Empire by 440 AE. The vast majority of them living in absolute poverty. Starvation was rampant in times of rot and conflict. Heavy taxation mixed with little to no protection from monsters or raids meant that life for the serfs was hard and rough. It was in these conditions a man was born and raised, his dreams filled with one thing: emancipation, the right of every dwarf to his own hammer. That man was called Asgal Ashmask. Okay, so the dwarves had been pressure-cooked in wealth inequality for too long while also having access to information about better systems. And it had been spoken of for decades. What Asgal did was gain access to books by banned dwarven scholars, gnomish thinkers, and Nuran philosophers, all pointing him towards his own brand of radical egalitarian ideology. Asgalism exploded with Asgal and his revolution, yes, but it was born as early as the Divine Era, for these dreams had lingered in the minds of all folk for as long as there have been shackles, and they have been documented for as long as there has been paper to write on. Yet it took a walking god to push back the repressive regime. He wasn't a god, but he was a walking god? Asgal was a man blessed by divine force. He was no god, yet it is true, despite what many say, that he used great esoteric power and strength to lead his revolution. Yeah, that makes sense. The Empire probably had a ton of wizards and magical forces, just like the Arcanauts during that era. The Ghost War was underway, after all. Esoteric reality begets esoteric means. Many dwarves died during the initial fighting. Many more died during the first years of the AFF, the Asgal Folkhem Forge, the dwarves' old Asgal underground empire. How many exactly? Millions. How many? The exact number is hard to tell. This is a point of contention for you and for many others. Asgalism had a slow start. The dwarves quickly pulled out of the Coast War, leaving the VK behind. But with that, many dwarves were put back into the workforce and reunited with their families after decades of warfare. Economically, they were unable to manage such a sprawling set of states directly. But the fungus farms and vast cavern valleys were handed to the people who worked on those lands, instead of the greedy nobles who once lorded it over them all. Asgal took steps in the right direction, even as all the forces in the world pushed against him. Worth it. If not for the AFF itself, but then for the dreams that sprung around the coast. Today, Asgalism in all its forms, along with the lessons of the Folkhelm, shows a brave new path. That of a softer Asgalism, that of democratic socialism. Just as bad as pure Asgalism, but with a dangerous allure of normalcy. So what, no bloody revolution? We have had enough of those. The argument against social democracy in Asgal's circles is simple, however. It does not do enough. The forces of capital easily consume and co-opt the socialist goals. They did just this in Salvani, before it was taken in by the Free Striders as a free city. Norvik itself is under that same threat. As such, it remains a debate. The dwarves, who have made a great cooperation with the humans of the city, all have converted to this nicer form of slow incrementalism, a social democratic ideal. In this unity between humans and dwarves, you also see this grander vision of an egalitarian future. For there is no greater example of post-folk type exclusivism. But at the same time, the younger, more hot-headed Asgalists also have a dream of their own. One of truly owning the means of production post-haste, like Asgal intended. So the question remains. You have dealt with it firsthand in the past. Should Norvik embrace radical Askelism or continue down the path of social democracy? Whew. This is crazy because you're basically saying, okay, we need someone to lead us forward. One supreme leader, someone like Asgal but more magocratic. That's... nope. We need to argue among ourselves for another decade or so before we're able to do anything productive, I think. I don't know. I think it's one of those situations where I think we're dissatisfied by the pace of it. I do think that radical change would grant that faster pace, but also we wouldn't be able to recognize the world afterwards. It's much more difficult to make that call. I do think control is ultimately for the best. Think what you will, say what you can, but the Askelis have at the very least mastered the modern pathways of communication. The copper press. Those mad Askelis are utilizing it just as they should, to influence the mind of the populace. During better times, the Arcanists would do as such in more direct ways, of course, but the irony of that is lost upon these poor fools. If anything, you can learn something from watching their mass media propaganda in motion. Sharing of ideas is very different from mind control. You would think that. However, in statistical analysis, the difference is all the smaller than one would assume. The printing of ideas is a second step towards emancipation, the realization of a better world. They are enduring. Cast out from below, exiled from their homeland, spread across the land above and beneath. Like agrarians, they seed the earth, growing. A weed or fertile wheat, you do not know. That is the Asgalian endurance. A weed, surely. As such, the land requires a proper cleansing at some point. Not a weed, a fungus, feeding a family of 16 dwarvelings all hungry from working the fields. And if they do not have enough to feed themselves, their neighbors will share what they have. That is the dream. That is the communal spirit of Askelism. Okay, mass media propaganda. Change their mind. If you are not allowed to do it esoterically, then do it via the written word. Alters ability score modifiers on text. Positive modifiers get +1 and negative modifiers get -1. Ooh. Okay, human-dwarf unity. Together we are strong. A social, communal, Asgalian utopia. It can be built. While you are at full health, whenever you take damage, those dice are rolled with disadvantage. And endurance. Ideas are infectious. They live on. For every 3 hours spent being exhausted, you lose 1 level of exhaustion. Ooh. Honestly, I think, practically speaking, mass media propaganda is probably the most helpful. In a future of your magedom, it could be useful to have some propaganda training. Wonderful. It says that I have too many feats? Is that possible? Okay, so healing spells are increased by an extra proficiency. Your heals can also be increased by your strength modifier instead of your wisdom modifier. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, the free trade one. It's an hour past. That's crazy. This one's gonna be good. And so here we are, at the end of a long line of divine tyrants and feudal lords. Feels like being at the end of history itself, taking a dive off into a chasm of hope. That's liberalism, baby. I'm not a fan. Yeah, say that as much as you want, you're still living in a free strider world. Not that your thoughts have any real impact on the city. Unless you get back to writing, of course. Writing? So we're turning free strider no matter what? Yeah, basically. Free striderism is the future, that much is clear. What you saw happen in that fancy room between Vera and her glowing guest? That's going to be the main conflict going forward. Not some scuffle with Asgol youth students or rigid theocratic bureaucrats grasping to hold onto their mansions. No, the future obstacles are out there. As free striderism creeps across the coast, there will be a lot of powers ready to meet it, both head-on but also in more sinister ways, as shown by the Golden Horde. They're clearly trying to co-opt the whole thing. Oh, okay, that was I see, or something like that. I don't think the Golden Horde should be affiliated with anything. Look, in an ideal world, yeah, that'd be swell. Reeds is in a precarious position, believe it or not. It'll be all too easy for the liberal wonder stream to collapse in on itself. With enemies on all sides, within and without, you'll need to band together with your fellow freestriders and fight back. Well, what's this about we? What do you mean we? You speaking French right now, Dexterity? Or, if that doesn't work, grab what you can while the grabbing's good, then jump out the window in a blaze of glory. That sounds like it could collapse at any second. And somehow, over these past 50-something years of crazy radical freestriderism, that just hasn't happened. You remember how freestriderism was born, right? Yeah, let's go over it again. It all goes back to the Arcanists, as everything tends to do. Most of their states were essentially built upon aristocratic structures. Feudal states turned magocratic. Wizards need esoteric educations, right? Who can afford such an education? A nobleman, that's who. It's all economics, all the way to the top. Okay. So they spent the early Arcane era building up their power. House Prax, House Hagenshags, House de Minorie, all led by men descending from a long line of royals. We've even got a theocracy with a Shadow Lord turning into another megocracy in the end. But with all that magical might, despite reaching the pinnacle of esoteric knowledge towards the second century of their era, they weren't shit before the industrialists. Oh? Don't get me wrong, magic is real neat. Cutting mountains in half, flipping them over, building cities on them? Awesome. Infinite food? Convenient. But you can only get so far with a top-down structure. Imagine you've got 20 people working under you. You assign them tasks to, I don't know, transport your magically created bread to 1,000 hungry mouths around the city. You alone could probably organize that. 20 people ain't that much. But what if it wasn't 20 people feeding 1,000 people? What if it was 5,000 people making sure 100,000 people get fed their daily piece of bread? One word, middle managers. That's 2 words, and yeah, you're right. The point is, even the smartest, most glorious, super genius wizard god king will eventually be spread thin. With the crazy scale of modern society, and especially with the infinite food you can bet your... And especially with with the crazy scale of modern society, and especially with infinite food you can bet your ass that people start breeding like giant rabbits, the Arcanists just couldn't keep up. The Divine Era kingdoms never reached those levels, even with walking gods at the helms. So the Arcanists did what they had to do. They embraced the Industrial Revolution. The old aristocrats still held most of the power, but they got dragged kicking and screaming into a world where anyone could become a wizard. And more importantly, those nobodies could also become stinking rich. That's how you get the Necropolis manufactories, the Ocean Trade Network, basically the entire built-in-a-factory way of life we enjoy today. Go on. Right, the birth of freestriderism. So early Arcane era. There was a period when national borders didn't really exist yet. It was more of a pseudo-feudal thing going on. Royalty owning land and the serfs on it. Not so much folk belonging to nation-states as we see it today. But those early magocrats still wanted centralized control, so they pushed to drive everyone into their cities. In that century of industrialization, literal millions of humans moved from scattered rural towns into the capitals of Old Dominor. Hell, they had humans from all around the coast moving. We're talking entire civilizations uprooted just to go live in the modern world of the Arcanists. To work in factories. To have cheap glowstones and running water. To live in peace, yes, but also to have actual personal freedoms. People could move between city-states for the most part. A man could rise above his station and make something out of himself, even if the top gigs were all held by those in power. There's a reason we don't call it mago-feudalism or whatever. Most Arcanist states actually had a fair bit of liberalism growing. Even today, we still live and die by the city-state format the Arcanists set in stone. But then, it all went to shit. Obviously, this is an abridged version, but when the Coast War broke out at the end of the 300s, skip forward a few decades, suddenly you have to have documentation wherever you go. Citizenship became a curse or a blessing depending on which one you had and when. Like, most people just think about the Coast War as this huge apocalyptic event where 90% of humans died, but that didn't really happen until the real fighting in the 470s. It was 6 decades of paranoia, escalating tensions, local conflicts, proxy wars, and mago-industrial madness. The market didn't go to war. The invisible hand of the market would have preferred to live in peace. Okay. Slowly at first, then quickly, the Arcanists stopped everyone from moving around. The cities that focused on necromancy even ran out of bodies to animate. Can you imagine? The entire system that let these fucking Arcanists sit on their thrones and the hardworking capitalists that helped them build it, all of it, gone. Some people say it was weakening magic that threw down those idiots. Ask the people who saw it in reads, the ones who survived, and they'll tell you. The Arcanists lost because they assumed they alone were responsible for the greatness of Old Numenor. When in reality, it was all capitalism, baby. Okay. Sure. Go on, I guess. Yeah, in 481 AE, you got the fall of Thazin as the final nail in the almost figurative coffin. Within a year, the ruins were covered in gold-yellow flags. Those heroic and oppressed industrialists had rallied the people to fight for universal suffrage. The rest is living history. So they exchanged one set of corrupt leaders for another? Comparing capitalists to Arcanists is like comparing a hot stove and a fireball. One can be mishandled, sure, but the other will leave you with third-degree burns all over your body. It's not even comparable. Just cook a nice meal and shut up. Point is, the invisible hand of the market is guiding us, and it'll keep guiding us towards a world that is a hell of a lot more liberal and a hell of a lot more prosperous. Just as long as you avoid falling into some Asgless propaganda hole again. You. This tale you have heard so many times. A modern myth, as the old keeps being stripped away. Free striderism, an unstoppable force charging across the coast. You must arm yourself against the storm, quickly before you are crushed between the waves. Look, let's be real here. There are 100 different ideologies with 1,000 different interpretations and branches. Out of all of them, Region Free Striderism is probably the most powerful at the moment. You shouldn't throw all your eggs in the proverbial bag of holding, but it certainly won't hurt to move a bit closer underneath that yellow banner. So if you've got all of these forces pushing you in all kinds of directions, maybe try being a bit of an immovable object? One that's sitting squarely in the good graces of your new region overlords. Seriously, even if the apolitical boogeyman can agree to lean free strider, can you really go wrong? This is a apolitical boogeyman is also really good as a sentence. Okay, so unstoppable force. Bear arms, fight against the forces of the world, until the end of time itself. Alters ability score on weapons. Positive modifiers get +1 and negative modifiers get -1. Invisible hand. Advantage on all trifle checks. I don't do trifling anyway. Immovable object. Okay, convenient cooperation with no real downsides to it. Let those free strider impulses guide you to purchasing decisions. Your dexterity modifier also adds to your haggle discount and shop stacking with charisma. I guess unstoppable force is probably the best one then. Stand tall against the eastern torrent. You will need it. Okay, it's like 16 minutes later. I can probably do a couple more of these. I think the only one is the bird guy. So you took the bird's papers, made him stick around with the snakes. I sure did! Oh boy. Look, it's time to establish some baseline, okay? First of all, immigration is good. Can't argue with that. What's that got to do with what I'm doing? Freedom of movement! It's literally the most basic fundamental policy of the Free Strider bloc. In the real old days, the only people with resources to travel would be the aristocrats of societies. In the real early days, that would be the top dragon servant, the top slaves. Then, during the last few centuries, it changed. That changed. The average person suddenly got the ability to move. On a societal scale, sure, but also in a geographic sense. Each of the Arcanist splinters dealt with it in different ways. But in general, especially once the Coast War broke out for real, all the borders got real tight. A shoot-on-sight type policy wasn't uncommon. And that's shit. Real shit. Agreed, borders are bullshit. Real bullshit. Let's go over the facts here. The number one cause of starvation, poverty, and economically related suffering is a general lack of prosperity. Historically, it's understandable why peasants and kings, or early arcanists, didn't really get this, because they just didn't have any reference point. If things were always terrible, you wouldn't even know what good is, right? Then comes industry. Mass production, both esoteric stuff, access to free food, healing services, transportation, and the fundamentals, textile factories, metal refining, and transportation. All of it giving way to an unprecedented amount of prosperity. For everyone. It's like cheating in the economy. Everyone gets rich all of a sudden, even the old aristocrats. So then you have the question of nation-states, borders. You can make an argument that freedom of movement goes against certain ideals of nationalism, sure. You can't completely lock your own people away from others. You can't stay out of global trade. You lose that authoritarian touch. In return, you get a super magical economic boost. One that helps everyone. You know those Asgals that hate freestriderism so much? This is the point where they all shut the fuck up and sit down. Because Asgalism didn't make anything better. Not anywhere near the degree that opening the markets did. And locking down your borders? Not allowing trade, people, labor, goods, and services to flow at the behest of the benevolent, invisible hand? That's literally like arbitrarily making your people, all your people, objectively less wealthy and probably a lot hungrier just for some dumb ego trip. Thus, immigration is fucking great. And anyone who disagrees is a fucking idiot. Really funny that I'm nodding my head at like that immigration is great, but not shaking my head at everybody talking at linking it to free trade just so that people know that I don't agree with that ideologically. Okay. Immigration is a tool of the bourgeoisie used to slow down wage increases and dilute working class solidarity. Whatever you say is good. But yeah, immigration is amazing, but only for full carrion reasons. We should help people in need by sharing our wealth. Ew, you made it sound so Asgalian. You operate strictly along Asgalist party lines. Gain 40 XP. But yeah, I guess that's true too. You get cheap labor, they get to not be oppressed on the other side of the coast. It's a win-win situation. So anyway, yeah. Making Drummer stay when he clearly wanted to get out? Shit move. Just straight up asshole move. But he could clearly learn a lot from that bird. He's got that infectious paranoia about him. Oh shit, your stomach's upset. The bird. Yeah? The bird is a survivor. That is his legacy. More than that, he really had one hell of a way to handle himself. Ignoring the shitty escape attempt, you saw how he danced around your questions? Seriously, maybe it's a racial thing, but he read the room just as well as he recorded those voices. Okay, I don't think that sounded like a racial thing, but I think you made it a racial thing by saying that it is a racial thing. Honestly, both of those are damn true. Take any lesson you want from him, that bird's got game. And remember, immigration is good. Okay, infectious paranoia. Be ready for anything. The world could fall apart any second. The walls could implode. Your dreams shattered. When that happens, you get ready to run. Leave the city in a crate. Ship yourself to high sea. Whatever it takes to get away from any of those pesky consequences. Advantage of initiative. Okay, survival of the fittest. You live through it all. Advantage on death saving throws. Reading the room. Okay. Advantage on behold checks. Okay, survival of the fittest is clearly the best one. Okay, cool. Anything else that I'm thinking about that I should probably get on? No, I think we're good. What's my loadout looking like? Okay, well that took a little bit of time, but not too much, thankfully. We've talked to Kraid. I don't know where to find this hag that everybody's talking about. Wait, maybe it's, maybe the mushroom lady will know something? No coats? No coats at all. Better luck next time, I guess. Also, what I should probably try and do is check the southern area in case there are any more of those magical rats that I've been gathering. I feel like those could be a big deal at some point. Okay, maybe not a big deal, but definitely they could confer something useful to me. I don't see why we would have 5 collectible rats and not have a reason to collect them. Just seems very odd to me. Okay. Is there anything else we can do with this mural? Yeah, no, this room no longer has anything for our interest. Okay, next. Yeah, no rats either, which is, as you can imagine, for me, hugely disappointing. I really wanted those rats to be here. Or at least that rat to be here. Maybe... No, I don't think this is going to do anything. Unless the secret passage is over on this direction. Or maybe... Hang on, there are some weird symbols here. I should break down these roots, shouldn't I? It would be... Should I break down these roots? It would be difficult. The tree is ancient and powerful. There is clearly something hidden inside here. While brute force is a bit passé, it might be suitable here. I don't think so. I don't think that's a good idea, man. I suppose there's anything else we could do with this dumb skull, right? Okay, esoteric pocket. Time moves slow. I have an unfailing internal clock. Yes, somewhat. Okay, so that still didn't give us any new information, which is predictable, but not necessarily a bad thing, I guess. This is really frustrating. Hag. If I was a hag, where would I be? This place led to Bonvinal's tomb or something, right? Oh, hey, Doc. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna quick save. The Dark Knight stands in the crypt. He does not face you. He is very, very still. Good night, I must... His armor creaks. His body moves. A voice. Soldier. Well fought. Oh, against the skeleton? He holds out a gauntlet towards the open tomb. Divinity hold ground. Feel it. This guy scares the shit out of me, Snell whispers to you. Such an edgelord. Okay? The string. One of utmost importance. It cradles here within this one point. The first tomb of your god. Not loving that that's at advantage against evil. You do so with decisiveness. There is no question of the sanctity of this place, but you have never understood it so well. Something has changed within you. It reminds me of that one cantrip you used to cast all the time. Thaumaturgy. A power swells within you. Oh! The Dark Knight says nothing more, simply picks up his axe and leaves. You hear him take the stairs up to the Temple of Earth, leaving you alone in the crypts. Thaumaturgy. You manifest a minor harmless wonder, a sign of supernatural power that falls you within range. The effects allow you to commune with sacred entities and locations, granting you potential boons. Uh-oh. Pick me up, regained 1d4 hit point. How about that? A skull floats up in front of you with permanent smirk and wide jewel's eyes. Cleric! So loud. Okay, there's nothing new for this guy. But I bet we can use this in all kinds of places. Hopefully it's at least one more key for... What the? Gain 2 first level... What is it? Okay, I need to stop casting that. What the fuck is... Huh? You know what? Maybe I'll just keep it on for the time being. Okay, helpful, but that's really weird, and I probably shouldn't just blow them all in the first go, should I? However, this does give me an idea. Let's go to the cat place, and then we can try and cast this. It might open some doors that weren't previously opened. It's supposed to be some kind of secret passage. Ooh, wait, maybe here as well. Nope. Not feeling it, no, not feeling it, no, not feeling it. Aha! Another god, but there is something to its eye. Pick me up, 1d4 hit points. Okay. Not the most helpful, but you know what? Every little benefit helps. Nothing down here, which is unfortunate. I feel like this place is the key. You know what? I think it's time. Let's take a look at that pickaxe. Alright. 3 hours. That is all it takes for you to complete this. To normal men, extremely challenging task. But you are no normal man. You are the one who upholds the Arcanist's legacy. You can do this in 3 hours. You have not had the pleasure to interact with this spell previously, but you quickly learn of its extreme usefulness. Detect secrets allows you to uncover, once for each cast, any secret trap, hidden passage, stashed away item, or esoteric illusion within 30 feet. If you wish to uncover the secrets of the city below, make sure to keep it prepared. It must be quite new, however, as you have not heard of it being used by adventurers, nor by any clerics during any of the official delves. Okay. We bumbled into passing 3 hours, and it is now dusk of day 3. We have 2 days left, I think, which isn't a lot, but you know what? I think we can make some real progress. I think we can prepare spells over here, so let's just go ahead and do that. Okay. So, Blast is helpful. Not Charm Person, Cure Wounds. Detect Secrets is really good. Grease, gotta have it. Turn Undead. I think we can just grab the rest of these. Okay, Bless is honestly not really put the finger on the needle too much, and I would much rather prefer to have access to both of my third level spell slots. Okay, so detect secrets. No reason to cast that spell. Unless... Okay, so something that I have to... There has to be a reason for this, right? Like, maybe it'll, like, ping at some point. We'll have to have faith in that. Okay. Nothing here. Surely there has to be something. Okay, so I'm guessing the magic guy went through here, yelled something about there being a secret entrance or whatever, then maybe somehow ended back here? God damn, I wish I was more game literate. It is also frustrating that detect secrets just cannot be done at will. It looks like it needs some kind of trigger. Maybe that's what those 3 panels were for? Possibly. No. No reason to cast that spell. Okay. What about over here? No. Come on, man. Okay, obviously the guy went through here, though. This is getting a little frustrating. Not here either. Maybe it'll be on that other excavation site. That might be the case. Or maybe there'll be something in here. Where does this one go? Maybe a crypt key. Could I not just use... knock? What a day, huh? Trying to figure out really where to go from here. Gonna need a crypt key for that, or... I was hoping I could use knock for this, but it looks like it's much more situational than I had anticipated. I don't know. Nothing in here I could possibly hit with Detect Secret, right? What do you mean by big hurt, Meek? Old master has ward on all. Spell cast delayed spell. Hurt big if not careful. Then just leave them alone. The knowledge will be worth it, surely. Surely not, I think. Skeleton lies crumpled against the wall. Venturing gear has been stripped away. Someone looted the corpse or something. Sad sight. These tunnels eat people. You kneel down to inspect the skeleton. No obvious wounds. No broken bones. He didn't die from violence. Starvation, maybe, or thirst. Lost in the dark. Let's leave it alone. I don't know what else I could do with that guy. No hits for thaumaturgy around here. But that's pretty much what I expected. Okay. Wait. Huh. So there is something here. But if I go... What? Oh! Hello. Now that is helpful. Or not as much. Okay. You know what? You know what I should do? I should probably equip the incense thing. This is not just a wall. You can see it now. In the crack between two of the tiles, there's something hidden within. Let me slide in. Just a bit in, you feel something hard. Something round that seems to move at your touch. What is it? A button, hidden inside the wall. You press it. After a light click, the wall itself begins to groan. Now we're talking, come to Papa! The entire wall slides away as you do, revealing a deep, dark tunnel beyond. Oh, nice catch! He lifts his face into the air. What's that smell? It's dank! A stench of mold and stone. It is comforting and horrifying. Meek know the smell. Old places. Dark places. Be careful, master. Okay. Oh shit, not you again. Seemingly out of the air itself, a masked figure appears. Master, bad vibe behind! The intimidating shadow stands ready to strike with dagger in hand. Ah, shit. Not this again. Point at the assassin. That's an assassin! His eyes fall on the dagger and he immediately reaches for his sling. Oh, it's happening. Let's go! Nat 20 on initiative, that's rare. You can hear precise, controlled breathing from beyond their esoteric mask. This is it. They are ready to kill. You spring into motion, prepared to act. The assassin intends to use the distance between you to their advantage. Throw something at him. Anything. Make your choice now. This is either a mental or a physical fight. Don't try to go in two directions at once. Cleric, there's a hex! Okay. Grease has yet to fail me. Let's try this. You raise a palm, rub your fingers together, and open your hand, summoning a torrent of grease. It sprays all over the assassin and the surrounding area. Get greased, idiot! Time to get all slippy-slidey. The masked figure's head tilts at you suddenly. A flick of the wrist and a quick motion with the hand and dark energy surrounds you. But only in your mind. A hex. You will take constant damage from this. Typical warlock spell. You feel a deep unease permeate your bones just as the assassin hurls a blast of sickly energy. Oh, Eldritch Blast, huh? It lands squarely in your chest, causing an eruption of pain. The uneasy feeling turns into a sensation of needles stabbing into you. Snell whips his sling with practiced flair and launches a stone. The assassin flips backwards trying to dodge it, but it connects nonetheless with a sickening sound. Playtime's over. You will not allow some filthy sneak to kill you. You are in danger. You need to get up close and personal. Do not move forward! That's enough. That's perfect. What are you going to do? Disarm him. They are already slippery from the grease. Consider the nature of the magic. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go with it. Let's go with dexterity. You take a step forward and, using both hands, quickly push his wrist one way and the flat of the dagger the other. The dagger pops out of his hand and lands on the ground a few steps away. You catch him grasp with more panic than you'd expected. That dagger is critically important to them. An heirloom? No, it's tied to their very being. It's a hexblade. The masked one once again lifts their hand, shooting a viridescent blast. You endure the pain as best as you can. Then the uneasy feeling sharpens and slices at your nerves. The assassin appears frustrated at having lost their dagger. They are searching for it. "Cleric, you've been hexed!" yells the goblin, whirling another stone. The stone misses the masked one. They glance sharply at Snell. All three of you are beginning to tire. The end is near. End this fight now. You can disrupt that magic blade's string. You have the capability. That mask would be valuable to have, and knowing who's trying to kill you is usually a good idea. Okay. I'm either gonna die or I'm gonna live. Come on, baby, don't fail me now. Oh yeah! Wait, Lady Fair. You raise both your hands in front of you and curl your fingers. You reach out, not physically but esoterically, and you connect with the string connecting the assassin to the dagger. The string of a warlock and his hexblade. You shear the string and the blade snaps with the ease of the esoteric tension. It flies from the ground into the assassin's side, cutting deeply then clattering back into the rock. The assassin releases a shaky breath. The masked one scrambles to find the blade on the ground. It takes the assassin a few precious seconds to find it. Snell sprints forward at the assassin and tries to slide tackle his legs. The assassin leaps into the air to dodge, but Snell reaches a hand up and connects with the masked one's ankle. The assassin tumbles to the side, almost falling prone. This hasn't gone the way the assassin expected. They probably thought they were going to kill you. Your muscles burn. You can finish this slog of a fight right now. On the other hand, Prayer of Healing. Okay, Charisma DC 12. I don't know if that's going to help too much. I'm not very curious. No. You exhale shakily. You are tired. Dude, I'm struggling. Let's stop. Coward. What? What? You have to prove yourself. You are pathetic too often. It's time. Oh, they are gonna stab me so fucking hard. Alright, you start to run at the assassin. The masked one steps towards you and plunges his dagger into your belly. Ugh. Shit. That voice seems to want to ask the question, why won't you die? The masked one takes a step back. Your companion takes a step back. And I take a step back. Exhaustion weighs on all of you like a heavy blanket. Snell holds up his claws, palm facing the attacker. You calm down? We all cool here? Stay away. The assassin turns and runs, the cloak fading into a misty invisibility. The air fills your lungs. The effort you exerted, it is catching up to you. You wobble and the world begins to fall away. You hear Snell's voice. It is concerned, quiet, distant yet close. Whoa there! Snell mutters and an elbow press against your side. Not yet. Not in the city below. You feel disappointed. Fear for the future. General confusion, really. Look. Snell points at the stairs behind you. They go down. Far down. We won, Snell. Huzzah! Oh god. No, no! The goblin doesn't look too good himself as he returns the sling to his back pouch. Look, we can either head back upstairs or we can continue down. But whoever that bastard didn't want us to see down there, we now have a path open. You're right. We should keep going. Well, that's not really... I meant we can go take a rest, then come back here later. The dungeon ain't gonna shift right away, but... You take the lead. I'll be right behind, okay? The mystery of this strange assassin continues. You have a distinct feeling you will have to face that mask again. And the one behind it. From all the magic you've seen here, the clues point toward a very simple answer. Not a hag, not some brutish mercenary paid for blood. No, that would be far too expedient. You are dealing with a renegade warlock, and you are heading straight towards his master's lair. Time for truth to be unveiled. Once your body stops shaking. Let's go down and see what's good. Oh! What's this then? Hey, you can walk here. Yeah, no kidding. But, oh wow. Headless, decaying body. This one belonged to some kind of druid, it seems. That's probably not good. Okay, this place is mega weird, but that's not exactly new. You stand before an entrance. Beyond, you see dark tunnels, winding passages, a forlorn chamber connecting them all. Seems like one of those paths could lead down. Maybe tomorrow or something, I don't know. Ah, screw it, let's just go now. The musky air invades the holes in your helm. The air is thick with pollen, fungus. Every breath you take is mostly damp fungus. Let's not linger here, okay? This is the exact type of place where poor clerics get gutted by ankics, gricks, or... What are those land sharks called again? Please don't tell me we're fighting a fucking bullet. Yeah, one of those. Alright, which way, cleric? To the rough cavern. The path slopes downward sharply. Too sharply. Rough stone walls, slick with moisture and fungal growth. This looks steep. Okay, maybe we should... But you're already climbing down. The angle increases. Your feet struggle for purchase. This was a mistake. You're essentially climbing now. The stone is damp. Your gauntlets slip. But I hang on tight! Muscle and will. That's all you have. All you are. You grip the stone, finding holes where there seem to be none. Slowly, carefully you make your way down. One step at a time! Your feet find solid ground at last. You emerge into a chamber unlike any you've seen. The walls are covered in thick, luminescent fungus. It glows with an eerie blue-green light. Bioluminescence. But that's not what captures your attention. There on the wall is a mural. Massive, ancient, overgrown with the glowing fungus. You can still make out the image. The hair-with whale. A creature of legend. The mural seems to pulse. Cleric! Is it just me or is that thing looking at us? He's right. The whale's eye seems to track your movement. You approach the whale. The air grows thick, heavy. How did I clutch that? You open yourself to the presence. The weight of Eris, each borne upon the next. We, the guests, have overstayed our welcome. Images flash through your mind. Ancient snails, pilgrimage, burial sites. This is an animation. A sliver of a spirit, replayed via magic. He is waiting for the divide, the split, the even fray. Who is he? He is not dead. The presence fades. You stagger, catching yourself against the wall. The goblin breaks his glare at the wall. Stop moving now, is it? Hey, you okay? You regain your composure. Two paths lead from this chamber. One slopes downward, towards what must be the burial grounds. The other one continues on, towards light, towards the exit. I guess it's burial grounds time. The doorway appears to have been sealed for millennia. Yes, actual millennia. A recent seismic shift must have broken the seal. Stillness, heavy with centuries of undisturbed rest. Your footsteps splash in shallow water. It pools on the ground ankle deep. The chamber is vast. Columns of carved stone rise into the shadow. Snail motif. Spiral. Yeah, this is a tomb. Tons of bones all around. His voice is barely a whisper. Don't take too long. And there in the center, an altar. Upon it rests a mummified corpse. Not human. A snail. A giant snail. Its shell is crystallized, preserved. The body itself is wrapped in ancient cloth covered in strange runes. Funerary rites? Or a ritual? How else would this corpse be preserved for so many years? One of its appendages is extended, held out. In its grasp, a ring, entirely silvered. Even from here you can see it glowing faintly. Magic. Powerful magic. Very powerful. What is that thing? A dead snail. A really, really big dead snail. What about the ring? You step forward. The water ripples around your feet. The ring is silver, inlaid with small shells and blue stones. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Ancient artistry. Okay, what else is in here? Your eyes scan the space. More altars. Smaller ones. Other snail corpses. A whole congregation of the dead. This was sacred to them. A place of reverence. Okay. So, are you gonna take it? Yeah, probably. You reach out. Your gauntlet closes around the ring. You pull. It slides free from the mummified grasp. For a moment, nothing happens. Esoterically tingling. A magical ring. Put it on. You will find out what it does. The goblin wipes sweat from his brow. Let's get out of here before something else wakes up. A sound. All around you. Ah, shit. From the shadows, from alcoves, from beneath the water, they rise. Skeletons. Their bones ancient and yellowed, covered in barnacles and coral. Run! Oh shit. You are trapped. That's fine. I have turn undead. They move as one, a chorus of clattering bones. A dozen undead guardians awakened after centuries of rest. Protect your loot, damn it! There's too many! The goblin draws his sling and lets a stone fly. It strikes one skeleton square in the skull. The skull cracks, but the creature doesn't fall. Fuck! They swarm forward, weapons raised. Rusted blades, bone spears, coral-covered clubs. 3 of them converge on you at once. The first blade cuts across your side. A second strikes across your shoulder. Are we feeling lucky, fellas? Indeed we are. The third misses, but only barely. You're bleeding. Cleric! 2 more skeletons advance on Snell. He dodges one strike, but the second catches him in the leg. Ah, shit! The remaining skeletons circle, waiting for an opening. Your god is with you. He must be. They are nothing but bones. Manage them. Death surrounds you. Literal death. Focus. You're a cleric. You have tools for this. Darn skippy I do. You raise your hands. The sacred chant of earth pours from your lips. By the god of Norbik! All the skeletons swarm around you. The bony abominations shriek. An unholy sound like wind through a crypt. They turn. They flee. Running blindly, they crash into walls, into each other. Can I please use a cure wounds? Oh, thank God. One by one, they collapse, the animating force driven from them. Holy hells! Gods be damned. The goblin stares at the pile around you. That was glorious. Seriously, great job. The chamber grows quiet once more, but you're standing. The ring pulses in your hand. Was it worth it? You alright, Snell? I'll live. Probably. You? I've been better. Haven't we all? Your lungs burn, your body aches, but you are alive, and you make your way towards the exit. Behind you, the burial chamber returns to silence. You are emerging at the bottom of the ruins. The labyrinth delivered you safely down. Oh, that was something. Nice to be alive. This place is weird. Snell looks up at the looming giant mushrooms all around. Then he tenses up as his arm brushes against one of the sprouting, colorful flowers. He looks queasy. The goblin appears to be unnerved by the flora down here. An understandable reaction. You okay, Snell? Of course, it's just... they're so big, these damn mushrooms. He shakes his head. It's fine, I'm ready. Meek has not seen so big a dungeon in forever. Reminds Meek of Colony. Colony wasn't a place like this. Oh, so your colony was way, way beneath the city below then. Yes. Or, Meek thinks so. Old Colony had many plants. Many rocks. Wet, too. That does describe many, many parts of the city below, but good to know. Oh, Meek does not know for sure. But Meek heard Colony before Meek was in Big House, not in Not Dungeon. Onward. Meek shall keep watch. Good on you, Meek. Ooh, what's this? Bronze shield. Actually, yeah, we should probably take a look at the ring we literally risk our lives to pilfer. +2 intelligence can be used to cast spells. A compact ring crafted from ancient silver which tingles with esoteric might. Inside the ring's oblong crown you can feel. You know there is a hidden scroll which will become inscribed with any spell this ring stores. This ring has 5 charges. While equipped, you may expend charges to cast spells if you do not have any spell slots available. The amount of charges needed is relative to the level of the spell. The ring gains 1d4 charges each rest. You have no clue how many charges are on the ring at any given time. Very confusing. But +2 intelligence is pretty good. A bronze shield. A shield left by one of the predecessors of what is today Norvik. A cat-like eye is displayed on the front. As you wield it, there's a whisper in your ears. It says something like, "Oh, sí. He de resguardarte, camarada, aun cuando eres bien pelón." Let's ignore it. This shield is saying, I'm going to protect you even though you're pretty bald, I think. Or pretty hairless. Not an inaccurate assessment. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Are those apples? Must have washed down here. Yeah, I guess I could use a couple bites of apple to eat. Svamp extract, what's that? Ooh. Handy. Honestly, I should probably refill at least one of my first level spell slots. Maybe 2. What does this one do if I trifle it? More Svamp extract. I don't remember how long ago my last save was, but I should probably still save. Hi, little guy, what's your deal? Why can I not... Huh. Funny looking thing. Wait, I can look at this? Oh, this is probably another one of those talking walls, huh? You step out onto the edge. The vast undersea chasm greets you. It's steel mist looking inviting. Okay, beyond the mist, you can see far but not far enough. The gravity flip must only be a few hundred feet below. Look at the wall beneath you. On it, you see a colorful depiction of a battle. Snails versus a dragon. The red scales. The many-colored flames. This is a Sooth, the wild dragon who claimed this land for his own. The archetypical tyrant. Can you... be as it is? Oh shit, this is Isometra, huh? I see you. Maybe later. See this thing? Cool, huh? I am not stepping out on that thing, cleric. Come on, why not? I value my life, but I'll trust you, whatever it is down there, for sure. Actually, the wall is kind of speaking to me. I think this is the wall that the other wall, the one called Chansey upstairs, is talking about. The goblin stares at you. When you put it like that, cleric, you make it sound like a bit of a clinical situation, which is only partly true. But, alright. Be careful and good luck. Oh yeah, also, the ant. Shouldn't you want to be released somewhere out around here? Okay. Yo. The ant crawls around in your hand. This is it! You can drop me off right here. What are you voting in the election? Election? I've heard about that. It sounds like your kind's way of trying to emulate our hive-mindedness. You know, everyone's getting to voice their opinions leading to a unified direction. Sounds about right. But suppose that's the only way for your kind to join together in that way, yeah? Although, I imagine it's a bit different if you actually get to have an individual mind on things. You know, think about it yourself, by yourself, with yourself. Something to think about, huh? Alright. Thanks, buddy. The tiny ant jumps off your glove and starts sprinting off. Good luck out there. The ant stops and turns around. You did well. Didn't expect much, to be honest, but I can feel the hive nearby. We're already stronger. I or we? We're unsure. An image flashes through your skull. The sudden visuals burn in, leaving a mark. Here, it's underneath that thing you found me on. Just check under that crack. You'll get some of the goodies we hid before they drove us off. A crack in the statue. The exact place where you found this tiny creature. It's our special little gift from us to you, buddy. Hold on, is this stuff you've stolen from us? I'm not sure this is yours to hand out, buddy. Relax, Gobbo. This is a treasure we collected far before you greenskins ventured into the tunnels. Is that image in my head gonna go away soon? Yeah, soon. I think. We think. The ant rotates a bit on the spot. Guess this is it. Been nice to follow you around for a bit, buddy. I've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed it. Are you sure you want to rejoin the hive? The ant moves a bit more erratically. We really should. You thinking about it? Yeah, I do and kind of enjoy this whole think it for yourself thing. It's annoying sometimes, and it's weird to have your mind by yourself all the time. But most importantly, I'm thinking maybe I could have a choice in who I share my thoughts with instead of, you know, just sharing it per default, you know? So what are you gonna do? Let me join you for a bit longer. Just in your pocket if that's alright. You have a knack for making friends, don't you? Alright, man. Yay! He jumps back into your pocket. Great! Honestly, I really want to see what this whole election thing's all about. Let's go! What a sweet little ant. He is, however, listening in on everything, which is kind of interesting. I guess that's the gravity flip that we were hearing so much about. Hey, what's that? Are you sure we can't reach that from here? Because I bet we can. Nope. Oh, shit! That's a big boy. Okay, so maybe we need something that grants us more strength right now. Or more intelligence. That could also work. Dexterity would also probably be good. Also, I think I have... How much intelligence? I have 22 intelligence right now, which is crazy to think about. +3 strength. Okay, for this, dexterity and charisma, that's pretty good. Dexterity, +1 strength and +1 intelligence. I think... +1 strength, dexterity, and wisdom. No, that's a pretty good balance, honestly. No, I think this is a pretty good loadout, all things considered. Unless one of the helmets has like a little bit more of a rub to it, but I don't think that's really going to be the case. Yeah, let's just try this. Big Leader Gorgalash. I know nothing. Oh hey, that's our fancy guy that we wanted to learn about, I think. It's back facing the Pillar of Jor, a creature right out of every kid's nightmares. A troll. A frost troll, to be precise. Horrid creature. Sleeping like a damn babe. Your goblin companion stares slack-jawed at the beast. There is a cage next to the pillar. Something inside is moving, but you'll need to get closer to investigate. I'll just talk with the beast. Oh, you're going to screw this up like always. Uh-oh. Okay, yes, just be polite and it'll all just work out fine. Foolish. The only good troll is a dead troll. Should I sneak up and check it out? That is a possibility. However, it could end poorly. Yeah, he's like sound asleep, right? What's the worst that could happen? How would I ambush the troll? Opportunist, huh? You need to get closer first to do any proper damage, but you'll probably get stomped to death if you try it. A troll? Yes, your mortal enemy. A scourge upon this world. A scourge whose defeat belongs to you as your birthright. Don't like that. Your life has been leading up to this moment. It is time to avenge him. Any troll still alive today is going to be a particularly formidable foe, and must be dealt with. What's the worst that could happen? One step after another, you carefully wander up to the hulking beast. Hey, here's an idea, just a sneaky little thought. You know that movable rod you've carried around for some time now, not really used for anything? Put it on its foot, like underneath. Dastardly, and esoterically correct. It will function as a wonderful trap. Sure, okay. You attach the movable rod to the troll's foot without him noticing. It's basically a little nail to him, isn't it? But even a tiny nail can be painful as hell. How do I attack the sleeping troll? Like, practically? Good question. Getting closer to him would likely wake him up before you can get a hit in. The best choice here would be simply to attempt to break a toe. Yes, you're guaranteed a success on that, and while casting elements always carries an element of risk. Look to Snell. Your goblin companion nervously gives you a thumbs up. He's ready to go. The cage? Psst. You see a human in the cage, silently standing behind the bars while gesticulating wildly. The yellow-clad man is attempting to convey the word, help. Ah. Yes, this is him. Your so-called Frank, son of Frank. Hey there. The man in yellow carefully tells you in a very silent tone, Troll is scared of Earth. Use that, good fellow. Hey, I could do that. You see the man in the cage give you a very bright smile. Almost too bright. Alright, time to break a toe. Now close enough to smell the troll's frank odor, you reach forward and clutch the troll's pinky toe. Yoink! You grab it and give it a mighty twist. You hear a resonating snap like the first log in a house to crack before the collapse. The troll's eyes bulge open as he bellows in rage. Snell whips a stone into the side of the troll's thick skull. A handful of bone fragments spray into the pillar, leaving behind shredded skin and blood. This is gonna go great. This poor creature. Destroy this insect. A cleric! Oh, I have waited so long! As he stomps his left foot down, the movable rod makes direct contact with the rocky ground. The rod instantly becomes stiff, no longer attached to the bottom of the troll's foot. Instead, it anchors to the ground, staying perfectly still, and pierces straight through its flesh. The troll roars as the movable rod implants itself deeply within his clawed foot, rivulets of blood spilling across the ground. Troll blood, a highly esoteric substance. You can see it mutate upon the ground. Don't look at the blood, look at the damn troll! Oh. Yeah, he really wants to kill you. Shit! Destruction. I am so fucked. Your goblin companion is already acting. He loads a stone into his sling and shoots it, already breathing heavily. He is afraid. It crunches into the troll's kneecap, blowing the skin off and causing him to waver. You stand tall in front of the troll. Molehill defying the mountain. Act now. Astonishingly foolish. You cannot defeat a troll with brute force alone. Sorcery was invented for moments like these. Your flesh is shaking. Fear in your very limbs. You better believe I'm using grease. You raise a hand and spray a colorful splatter of grease all over the troll. The troll wipes at his face annoyed. The entire front of his body is dripping. He already looks clumsier. Anything evasive will be a lot easier. You have awoken King Gurgalash! Quake, wretch! For your doom is come! He pulls back a giant leg, then kicks it forward with another roar. Nails, piercing. Like a wave of spears. But you try your best to shake off the impact, but damn! Earth destroyed nearly all the trolls in the realm. This Gurgalash reigned as the last king of Askani alongside Jorimel, Bergstoter. To think he has been alive all this time. How pathetic. This fight is heating up. Focus! Focus! Attack its eyes. Snell tosses his hair out of his eyes and looks up to Gurgalash's face. With sweat flying off his brow and his lightning-fast sling, the goblin fires a shot at the troll's face. It hits his left eye with a loud smack. There we go. Direct hit. The troll roars in pain and anger. Non-violence is going to be difficult now. Yes! Focus. Consider your best options. You can figure this out. You just need a moment to connect with him a bit better. Stomp on his toes? I feel like this is probably not the right answer, right? Figure out a non-violent way to end this. +5, you twisted his toe. He was shot in the face by Snell. You know he is scared of Earth. Advantage against evil. You know what? I bet I can end this. Yeah, that's right. You look into his eyes and see hate and fear. As you see into this troll's rage-filled behavior, you come to a basic yet vital realization. Earth. That is where his anger is directed. But its origin. Fear. If you can use this fear of Earth to your advantage, you successfully impersonate Earth himself, then perhaps this can be resolved quickly. The troll leans forward, hatred in his eyes. I'm just gonna go ahead and... He swipes at you with jagged claws at a manic pace, belying his size. It tears your flesh into bloody stripes. Ha! Blood is drawn. I will mangle your corpse, filthy cleric! Possible paths are closing off in this fight. Soon it'll be all or nothing. The goblin sits at a safe distance and launches another stone at the troll. It smacks him in the face this time, just to the side of his other eye. You insolent pests! It's time. Commit to something. Grab him. Yes, you need to commit, but to an actual plan. Figure it out now. You know the solution already. Bullies are cowards and trolls are no exception. His fear of your god is his one defining feature. The thing that's chased him in the darkness down here for decades. Let's try to be Earth then. At this point you might actually succeed. DC 5 degrees gives you an idea. I would love to do the Disney on Ice strategy against this troll, but DC 4 seems like a good bet. Hey. You pull all of your might into your posture and stand with divine grace despite the blood caked upon you. You enhance the volume of your voice and speak with a rumble that dwarfs even the troll's voice. You desperately try to hold together your meager kingdom. I need not try, for now it is mine, and so I reclaim it. What? You are a violent creature undeserving of my mercy. You are no... You call yourself a king? I am a god. You think your size protects you? Know this. You are but a tree grown in my path to be chopped down. No! No! And now I lift my axe. The troll's anger turns to totally blind, panicked fury. He's terrified, the poor thing. But this is the only way you can end this without more death. Also, it was sick. You killed it. The troll reaches toward you with one hand. What do you mean? It feels like a slow attack. You step to the side, but... Master, look up! You notice too late the beast moving forward. His foot is coming at you fast as a missile. Go on. It comes down on you like a hammer on an anvil. You cannot resist this force. The rough underside crushes your entire being in an instant. You cannot do anything. It is an impossible weight, and you get crushed against the ancient stone. I failed. Again, yes. This another sacrifice for the pavement, or to the gravel road 30 feet down the lane. Blood pooling into the gutters, people forming a crowd all around. A spectacle of human achievement. A fight against the most fearsome beast of Ascani, ended in an instant. You saw when it happened. When the troll awoke from the mud and stone, when its claws clashed against the thatched roof of the neighboring hovel. Father was not the first to grab a pike. He was not the last. He was one of many brave men. I remember the sound. I remember all of it. You were there for it all. The sight etched onto the inside of your eyelids. The sight of humanity being snuffed out by those wretched creatures, each deserving of complete annihilation, on the gravel road 30 feet down the lane. Mother did not speak with you about it. Not once. I never asked. You never asked. That is what a man does. He grabs a pike, and he goes to face the roaring troll. He gets his bones embedded into the pavement, over and over and over again, until the heavens open up to the earth and the hells split their guts on your doorstep, until the last man takes his last breath on the last day of existence. Until you die, you will pick up the pike. Jolt awake. Mangled. Bruised. Dying. You live? Bones cracked and soul returned. Yes, you live. The troll lets out a cackling laughter. I crush you, yet you stand? Cockroach! How are you alive? Snell yells, loading another bullet. Never mind, just keep fighting! This is when it ends. Despite being visibly panicked and tired, the goblin whips another stone at the troll's head. It cracks him right above his eyes. Your companion is on fire! Give him a quick thumbs up. The goblin gives you a curt nod. This is it. This is everything. This is a time for the divinity. Call on Earth. Remember the chants. Oh my god. You've planned to impersonate... Oh my... These modifiers are crazy. He's greased, he's got blood in his eye and in his other eye, his foot is injured, he got kneecapped, he was hit with a forehead with a stone, advantage against evil, dodge and move towards the cliff. Channel Earth. You twisted his toe, you've got planned to impersonate Earth, you have thaumaturgy, you've seemingly come back from the dead. He is terrified of you. Alright, let's... I really want to throw this guy off a cliff, but you know what? Channel Earth. This is the safe bet. You lift your head up and try to find within you that delicate yet omnipresent connection to Earth. It is there. You draw it into yourself like you're siphoning from an ocean. It fills you up. You burst at the seams with divine power. You feel Earth inside you. Troll. The kingly troll looks around. His face twisted into pure panic. No! No! Be gone. You will not get me! No! He lunges forward. No! No! Now's your chance. Don't let him get away! Focus and a steady mind. It is time to take this devil down. Okay, rush up behind the troll. What, am I gonna suplex him? I am the king of Askani! I am! Now is your moment. Your god is watching. Every god is watching. Strike down the beast. Finish what Earth started. And get tackled, sucker! You hear his roar fade into the rushing water below. With that, it's over. You think he's dead? Eh. The big leader Gorgalash has fallen down to the gravity flip. That means the troll has a 1 in 20 chance of survival. Let's hope. A shaky breath leaves your chest. I can't believe that shit. That wasn't just a regular troll either, was it? On the ground, just off the edge of the chasm, you see the only proof left behind by the beast. A tooth. Tusk. It is called a tusk. A troll king. I'm just happy I'm alive. Snell puts away his sling. Good fight. You take any hits, Snell? No, nothing. You tank those hits all by your lonesome. Speaking of which, how you holding up? I'm okay. I cure wounds or two and I'm always back to normal. I know your healing magic's strong, but still. Just let me know if you need another break. We both deserve it after this. But for now, let's go check out that weird cage. Seems like someone's inside. Sounds good to me. Let's never ever fight something that big again. Oh, delicious. What's it? Wait, what's this potion? A bottle of freshly squeezed milk. The label says it's produced in the hills, so it's the finest of the finest. +1 strength, -5 constitution. Do I have, like, a dairy allergy? Also, I should probably stop eating so many apples and at least try to quaff one of these potions, huh? Okay. Oh, hey, the pillar. The pillar of Shore towers before you. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. Sure thing. You place your palm against a damp and soft surface. Yes. There is a sentience inside. The strings are connected with something beyond. It is easier to make out down here. It appears the esoteric power grows more intense the further down you go. Logically, this could indicate there is a central point somewhere within the undercoast where the power is at a climax. Unfortunately, you cannot reach so deep. No one probably can. However, you could try to reason with this sentience if you so desire. It could prove useful. Maybe not right now. There's a couple of other things I want to try right now. Your stomach churns. First of all, let's save. Yoink, and what's this? Lingonberries. How lovely. That better not be what I think it is. Is that an apple? Down here at this time of the year, in this humid climate, in this particular situation? What the fuck is that? You could climb these vines. For what purpose exactly? Oh, probably to do that, huh? You stare up at the wall of the ruin. Thick, rubbery vines drape over the ancient spiraling concrete. It is a vertical ascent of roughly 20 feet. The Tulin did not do stairs. Whatever steps you have found in their architecture are added eras later. The vines are slick with fungal humidity. It's gonna be slippery and it's gonna be rough. Is there anything even useful up there? Of course there is! There always is, right? You have a distinct feeling that somewhere up there, someone is calling out. Someone lost long ago. You pull on a vine. It holds. But it releases a puff of yellow spores. Ugh. The air down here is thick. Heavy. Focus. The climb is doable. That seems pretty good. You grab the vines, testing the weight. Light as a feather. You avoid the slick spots where the ancient resin has pooled. Calculating friction coefficients in real time. Your boot finds a knot. Your hand finds a loop. Efficient. Clean. You are at the top of the ruin. Okay. Oh, speak with plants. That's a 3rd level spell? Sure, okay. I guess? That's all there was up here? Maybe? Yeah, no, that's all there was up here. That's crazy. Okay, then this thing. The roots are moving ever so slightly. Oh no. At the foot of the snail ruins, you watch a mass of writhing roots moving about, ever so slowly around a series of corpses. Skeletons, to be precise. Hey, what's that one in the center got there? That is a lovely helmet. You see it straddled upon the brow of a skeletal face. It must be late Fade era, or early Divine era. However, a corpse would never remain this intact over hundreds of years without esoteric means. Most likely, these are adventurers from a later era who simply used that ancient helmet. I hope you're not thinking of what I think you're thinking. It looks like the kind of helm that would bring you great mindfulness, as well as the wisdom of a previous era. Oh, I'm thinking. I really want that helmet. Then you better take it. Quick and easy. Just don't get caught. That'll be bad. The roots writhe before you. Okay. So what I'm hearing is use Mage Hand. Ancient Helm. Pickpocket item. DC 16 intelligence check. Oh yeah. That's a Savaroni. Oh yeah, who's the smartest man on the planet? Ancient Helm. The overgrown helm of a Fade-era soldier. This was a time when every combatant wore magic items from top to toe. +2 wisdom, -1 charisma, -1 constitution. It looks gross. I don't want to wear it. I'm sorry. A snail door. It allows you to enter. Weird phrasing, I'm not sure I enjoy it, but thanks, I guess. Alright, let's talk to that guy in the cage, and maybe we'll wrap up by trying to speak with the wall. Hey, man. As you approach the cage, you hear a faint voice inside. What kind of voice should I give him? I'm gonna give him like a fancy voice. Ahem, won't you help me out there, good fellow? On the ground you see a key. Hey, troll dropped it. It's for the cage, of course. Yes, it must have fallen off the troll during the fight. You can probably ask for some type of reward in a scenario like this. You think I should open it, Snell? Yeah, I think you should. The dragon's slain, time to save the damsel. You hear a laugh from inside the cage. A damsel, eh? I'll take it. Now please. Right. I guess I'll open it. As it opens, you catch a well-dressed and surprisingly not-so-scuffed man step out. Aha, yes, this is the feeling. Freedom. The sweetest nectar of any band. Yeah, this guy, he's got style written all over him. This is the Merchant Prince, specifically the Moonwatch heir. You have heard of him. Are you Meriadoc Moonwatch? The one and only. The fancy freestrider flashes you a series of pearly white teeth. Allow me to properly introduce myself. Hola, Hisan, salve amici. Say hello and greetings. He bows forward in deep, performative motions. My name is Meriadoc Moonwatch, Great Merchant Prince of Reeds. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, and quite honestly a much bigger pleasure to be rescued by you. He looks to the goblin and immediately holds out a hand presenting his palm. You must be a local tribe member. Great to meet you. He looks at the hand for a beat too long. Technically, yes. He shakes the human's hand. I'm Snell. Oh, of course, Meriadoc said. says, returning a limp shake. Showing one's palm is quite the ironic visual for such a wealth-focused ideology. I've heard about you, a Region author, right? That's it? He lifts his head even higher to proclaim a single question. And who might you be? I'm the cleric. The cleric? That's right. I'll be damned, the one and only, eh? Love it. He claps his hands together. You, my good fellow, have just saved a top-ranking member of the Free Strider Revolution. So now let us get down to business. What can a son of Freethazen help you with? Anything you need? Convince him to pay you a lot of crowns? Is this the guy who dropped the yellow hat? Most likely yet. Yes. You can have it back. This thing is useless to me. It's yours, I assume? It is indeed. Must have lost it at some point. I did get in quite the hurry. He reaches into one of his collected packs and pulls out a book. This is the least I could give you in return, a signed limited edition of the copy of Beyond Reads. He hands it to you with gusto. Thanks. I try to infuse my writing with Free Strider ideals, and it's proven quite popular across the coast. Hopefully it's a sign of the times if Kia's good fortune to come. He smiles and puts on his fancy yellow hat. It sadly does not suit him. You will continue imagining him without the hat. Gods, I love this hat. It's been on a lot of adventures, you know. Anyway, what questions can I help you with? Why are you here? Great question. I'm on a covert expedition, you see. Covert? Yes, I am on a journey to document the experience of the esoteric wonders beneath your city of Norvik, meaning the maze of the Water Temple, the depth of the Fungal Valley, and, of course, the Great Undercoast Path itself. How long have you been here, then? Just a few days, I'm afraid. I'm currently writing my next book called A Free Strider's Guide to Ascan. But writing a travel book about a place you've never even visited sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? He laughs. It's quite the thing, this job of mine. I used my trusty collection of spells to make my way down. Some invisibility, some detect magic, some charm person. Following the directions I bought from an old retired cleric, a recommended source, I found a hidden path down here from the Toolstab tunnels. Easy trip, surprised me, really. Did you cast Charm Person on Moongore? The bugbear? Oh yes, lovely lady, yes, I had to, unfortunately. I don't think she would have let me pass otherwise. I really want to punch this guy in the face. Making quite the sucker of a punch, you swing your fist directly into the face of the Free Strider. He lets out a confused groan. What in the name of every fucking bloody bullsack? There are not enough interrobangs on the coast to accessorize his confusion. Don't mind control women, it's rude. He touches his nose to make sure it's not broken. Shit, gods be damned! He mutters to himself and throws glaring looks at you. Then he clears his throat and straightens his back. I forgive you. If you don't do it again. Of course. I have no reason to punch you again. Good, I suppose. You know a fair amount of spells. He stretches a bit, looking uncomfortable. It's not something I'd like to advertise, but yes, I've been trained since I was a lad. As you might imagine, the horrors of magocracy make magic a less than desirable skill among Free City leaders of all kinds. And the old retired cleric. Of course, a fellow named Boris. He lives with a monkey. A what? A gorilla, to be precise. Ape, I suppose, his roommate. I'm not entirely sure why I mention it, but it just seems like the most natural point of interest about Boris's character. I was recommended to him as a source of information about delving in Norvikian navigation. He's apparently served as a cleric here for over 40 years. Hells of a career. A gorilla? Again, it is a very interesting detail, but I suggest meeting with him yourself if you want to know more. Boris, yes, a lovely fellow. And then the troll. He groans and rubs his eyes. I really should have been more careful. But once I'd reached this far down, I figured there wouldn't be any more trouble if I just rested a bit under one of those mushrooms. Mostly to regain my spell slots. And, well, there's not much to say. I was thrown into a cage, interrogated a bit by that brutish troll, spent my remaining spell slots on him, but nothing seemed to work. You managed to talk with the troll? Sure, if by talk you mean him screaming at me and threatening to eat me for a fair bit of time. Lovely experience, it'll go straight to the book. The last vestige of Ascani's brutish past. Yes, that'll work. So, no useful information. Well, the brute did mention how much he hated Earth. Sounded like he was one of the few who survived your dear god's cleansing during the city's founding. He also spoke about rebuilding the tribe, but I'm not sure what that even means. So good riddance, I say. Such a beast has no place in civilized society. Compared to the half-giants of Vorgeny, I do not see much potential in trolls. He glances towards your goblin companion. Don't make a racialized comment. Goblins, for example, are more or less stellar examples of this democratization of liberal tribal cultures, if you pardon the expression. Snell looks tired. Happy to be a stellar example for you and your ideology. He did seem quite esoterically resistant. Indeed! Not entirely, of course, but every charmed person I cast just bounced off. At first I thought it was due to his nature. Obviously, a charmed person only works on direct humanoids. However, trolls are distinctly a giant variety. They even speak a broken offshoot of the giant tongue. So I'm quite confused over it. Considering the esoteric freezing around the beast, I'm sure there was some strange pocket of biome effect he carried with him. Quite strange. Either way, he's gone now. Hopefully. The way he fell down to the deeper reaches of the gravity flip should suggest a gruesome death. But don't take anything like that for granted. What makes these parts so wondrous and horrific both is the esoterically unstable nature of these strings. You'll never know what you'll get. Disadvantaged. You punched him in the face. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you know about the tea shop explosion? His smile drops. I suppose I should tell you a little story. Yeah, we've been looking for you, Mr. Frank Frankson. He nods to the goblin. I hope we can keep this under wraps, of course, but as you might have imagined already, I am down here without any permit. I don't... Snell, can the halfways look away for this one? Snell looks at the freestrider up and down. Yeah. Tell us what you know and I'll get this whatever permit you need, okay? Wonderful! He braces himself. I arrived in the morning and planned on taking a stroll through Tolstad before heading down. My presence was a bit of bad timing, really. A week before the election and a son of 3,000 arrives on the scene. That could cause a bit of havoc. And since our dear Askany Reed's trade company was doing so very well in this election, I did not want to steal any limelight. But then, of course, fate intervenes, and just when I find myself before the Askany pillar, a darned fireball goes off next to me. Just my luck. So once the ringing had stopped and some goblins started swarming the place, trying to put out the flames, I decided quite quickly that this could end poorly for both my timetable and the poor people who had to deal with this mess. So you snuck away. Indeed! I rushed down the stairs. Since I already had my direction, I figured I'd postpone the upstairs sightseeing. Head straight down to the below, as you people say. You people? The locals, of which you are a part, I assume. He is, don't worry. The freestrider gives you a solemn frown. I saw something. You see, I have a pair of glasses. They allow me to detect magic, among other things. What did you see? I saw a man on fire. Specifically, I saw the outlines of a man. Invisible. An invisible man. Perhaps I should describe it more like a... yes. An invisible smoking man. My glasses allowed me to see him, or at least a faint outline of his esoteric illusion. Where did you see this? I just entered the, what's it called? The area right below with the big apartments and the big ravine? Pillar crossing. You saw this invisible man at the pillar crossing? Yes, that's it. I saw him heading across the bridge or rather towards the pillar. When did you see this? Could have been more than minutes after the explosion. How many seconds does it take to walk from the pillar upstairs to the pillar downstairs? 60 seconds tops. And then perhaps that. I was rushing to get away from the drama after all. Any other details? It was clear that it was a man. He was on fire, and he was probably wearing some type of armor. The silhouette made that fairly obvious. A human too, I would guess. Too tall for a dwarf, too short for, I don't know, half-giant, but really, a humanoid slightly taller than either of us. I'm sure you're experienced with detect magic, but my glasses are not as powerful as that spell usually allows. So sadly, all that I could see was a silhouette. What did the man do? That's the question worth 1,000,000 tens, isn't it? A burning invisible man seen right after the explosion? Yeah, I need to know what he did. Meriadoc takes a deep breath. He went inside the pillar. Inside the pillar, he says. The Pillar of Jor. Gonna need you to expound on that, big guy. I agree, that seems reasonable to do. It's strange, but let's be clear. I first thought I saw a strange esoteric event or a ghost. Because this silhouette I saw, it went straight to the pillar of Jor. Right in, as if it walked into the stone, and the stone turned into... how do I describe it? A magical mass, warping around the invisible man, his flames being put out, and his being merging into it. A portal. A gate. He walked into a portal. That would be my guess, yes. Wherever he went, once he was inside the pillar, his presence disappeared immediately, along with that esoteric force emanating from the stone. I've never seen anything like it, but I have read about it. The pillars of Jor across the coast. The Arcanists performed many an experiment on them. There have been more reports found in hidden documents during the rebuilding of Thazan, you see. Documents from high-ranking Arcanists. This is all kept very secret among the Free Strider ranks, of course. This could help me a lot. I can tell you one thing about it, perhaps. +5 DC, you punched him in the face. You know what? What's the worst that could happen? I've got you twisted around my finger, you rich fuck. Yes, this man clearly accepts logic. A rational human. A wizard, even. Mr. Meriadoc Moonwatch, any information you can give will help me in this case. Now push the most rational thing he obviously desires, as any of these foolish Free Striders desires. If you know something about the pillar, then telling me would not only help my case, it will also, most importantly, keep the first ever election of Norvik safe. He claps his hands together. You said the magic word, didn't you? Yes, I do worry that this whole event will curse the Free Strider cause if you can keep things clean up. Fine, he gives a reluctant nod. As I said, this is top secret, so you did not hear it from me. He crosses his arms and looks out into the mist. The Free Strider ideal is meritocracy without magic. However, obviously, we inherit the massive esoterical cachets left behind by the Arcanists because of the beheadings. A terrible and idiotic waste of talent. Easy way to get some magical goodies. Kill all the wizards. While magic itself grew weaker over the years due to the Arcanist greed, many of their findings are still quite useful to this day. Especially their scientific data. What's secret about it, then? They, appear to have been in contact with Jor? That is fascinating. How? It's not exactly a conversation or anything. They've received esoteric messages, not unlike the ones recorded during the Gate Era by, well, civilization like the snail folk who built all of these ruins around us. It was an omen, you might call it. What did he tell them? The Free Strider taps his hand onto the pillar. Some strange codes, taught them some new spells. The last message we found written down by one of the Arcanists of the Hagen Shags, it was an order to stop. Stop what? To stop opening the gates. You see, he places a hand upon the pillar beside him. They found cracks in the gates of Jor leading to the outside, the place where we all came from. Teams of Arcanists, back when they were still wielded 9th, 10th, and even 11th level spells, they could enter into the pillars, just for short stints. Many did not return, but those who did described a void of souls, alien worlds beyond, far realm aberrations, and paths within the strings, whatever that means. Their work was cut short due to the Coast War, but they got in, my good fellow. And the invisible flaming man? He nods. I believe that invisible man, who most likely fled directly from the explosion, he too entered one of those cracks in the ancient gate, as unlikely and wondrous as that seems. How would you even deal with that? Like, do we follow him through the crack? Yes, no. We have to follow him through the crack. Meriadoc chuckles. A nervous chuckle. Good luck with that, I say. But unless you happen to know some ancient being, or gods forbid, still alive Arcanist, I'm afraid you're out of luck. We found no realistic way to replicate their attempts to enter the pillar. It's not like high-tier spells are especially common, eh? Could a Sphinx count as an ancient being? Oh, you speak as the vagina sphinx upstairs. Yes, she's quite the celebrity. Hell, if you can get her on your side, then why not? I do know some of the Freestrider researchers attempted to get on the good side of a sphinx in one of the layers near Cree Eve, but that didn't exactly end too well. What about an insane demi-lich? I would suggest staying away from one of those, but really, even if you had one with your best friend, it probably would not have the power to perform such magic. Well, I guess we'll find our way in somehow. He bows his head. I am happy to be of service. Looking very worried for your safety. Your goblin companion, who stands quiet next to you as you discuss methods of interplanar travel, raises a hand. Just to be clear, we're talking about teleportation, like magical transportation. Not slowly. Snell side-eyes the grinning Freestrider before leaning in with a scowl. Look, I'm speaking on behalf of Lady Sageleaf when I say this. He takes you aside a few steps away from Meriadoc. The halfways want this handled, no matter the obstacle. No matter what? No matter what. He gives you a determined frown. This could be very dangerous. No, I get it. His eyes speak of bravery in the face of an overwhelmingly new experience. I'm not taking this lightly, I promise. Alright, we're going to the pillar, I guess. Oh, how lovely. I hope you survive. If you do, I'll be sure to write a piece about it. Did you happen to know an elf here on Tolstad? Not really, no. I have a few elven friends in Reeds, but I'm quite new here in Norvik. How come? And, an elf died in the explosion at the tea shop. Oh, I had no idea. And that's certainly a scandal in the making. An elf, you say? Elim, I presume. Uh-huh. A tragedy, yes. Very much so. Awful, really. He shakes his head. I will leave this investigation to you, but I assure you, I have no contact with any elf in this city of yours. Truth. Alright, well, I don't care about you or your fuck-ass life, and I punched you in the face, so that's all I've got for now. Very well. I think I'll pick myself up here for a bit. I think that darn bastard troll tossed some of my belongings down the riverbed. Hopefully I'll be able to recover some of it, but either way, thank you again, good fellow. You have performed an amazing service for me and my entire revolution, if you believe some of my fans. He presents his palm to you. I owe you a great deal. If we ever cross paths again, I'll be sure to repay you. Just nod. The Freestrider shows you his palms in an open gesture. Well then, if you need anything else, I'll still be here for a little bit. But good luck out there, and if I have time, let us speak again on Election Day. I'll be sure to hang around Tolstad when it's time. Oh, this guy's gonna be running the Freestrider party, isn't he? But he sucks. Well, I guess it can't be helped. We could probably just assassinate him, either way. He's easy enough to catch on the back foot, evidently. Should I go to the top part of the pillar if I want to try to enter it? Yes, you should. Someone went inside this thing, huh? Yes, it appears so. You'll have to be real careful if you want to follow a gate like this, but you can do it. I want to try something real quick. Actually, Beyond Reads, yeah, this is a... This is a good book that he gave me. +3 dexterity modified. That's pretty good. I want to check this thing out with my pocket watch equipped. Okay. Disadvantage, the goblin is impatient. I bet I can swing this. Nah, because what did I just say? Now, with the pillars so far beneath your dear decaying city, the voices are loud. You know damn well what they are. Only a fool would ignore it. The unreasonable assessment of death. Many have written about the Pillars of Jor. Modern scholars talk about them as nothing but relics of the Gate War. Gates themselves to other worlds. The worlds we all came from. However, Arcanists knew better. While it is not common knowledge, and most would consider it nothing but an esoteric conspiracy, the great men of old Diminor understood the pillar. They knew they are gates. Dormant gates. But these whispers beyond are not some alien mind attempting to converse. It is the mindless chattering of souls. Souls of our dead. They are finding their way into these dormant gates. Why? You cannot tell. But that is what these screams are. The yelling of the dead. Okay. This is as far as you go. You understand little about this esoteric relic of the Gate era except the souls. You feel the dead inside. Oh. Yes. Something to analyze at a later date. For now, having discovered these many levels of the pillar, you feel confident in traversing the paths between them. Oh, what? This thing sure is way more active than I'd imagined, considering it's just sticking out of the center of the city. A shift might be happening. But that is not for you to investigate. Not now. It is not eerie, nor is it strange. It is but a familiar scent. One that is just beyond your mental grasp. As the blue will say, in time. Remember to feel as much as you think. The esoteric is not something to only be detailed on paper. It is a wild thing. To be lured and to be loved. Good to know I've secured these paths. Secured? For the moment, yes. Remember, any part of the city below which is not continuously inhabited and tamed will eventually be reclaimed. Reclaimed and scattered. In time, it will be more important. For now, you will do as all others do when it comes to these pillars. Leave them alone. Okay, found this guy. Couple of things we could do. One, we could just head straight up, and I feel like we could probably find some valuable thing in the... I kind of want to see what's in here. Old prison, Upper Hollow Ridge. Oh, I don't like that I'm... Do you have any idea? Master, beware! How frustrating you are. Oh man, come on, I just fought a troll. That voice, young and androgynous? You knew this. It was clearly not a grown man by their build. But he is fighting us! He is practically our nemesis! One more time, huh? This piece of shit. Don't let him get away this time. Unfortunately, I just might. You see the goblin already moving. Snell spins his sling. The bullet flies dangerously close to the assassin's head, missing only due to constant movements. You face the assassin and consider your options. They are slight in build and light of voice. This is not a grown man. This is but a frightened child. Oh yeah, you're getting greased, buddy. You rub your fingers together, feeling them become slick and smooth, then extend your hand. A bright smear of grease appears and splatters against the assassin and their surroundings. The masked assassin lunges forward. Die, die, die! The dagger connects. An agonizing feeling shudders through you. There's something different about her this time. This is a desperate attack. Okay, I should probably try a Crusader's Mantle real quick. No? What do you mean no reason to cast it as a spell? This is serious. Some sort of squirming shadow has already started forming around the assassin. Why do you keep doing this? Stop! The assassin tries to fake out the goblin as he winds up another shot. Fuck you! He fires off the stone, hitting them squarely in the upper thigh. The masked one, while actively channeling potent dark energies, lets out a high-pitched scream. Jesus, are you a kid or something? We don't want to hurt you. Stop fighting. Fuck you! The shadows formed begin to writhe and spit out tentacles. They are placed such that you can't make it to the assassin before you deal with them. Smart. What do you do to deal with them? DC 12 Constitution, baby, come on, don't fail me now. You brace yourself against the tentacles. They slap into you, wrapping around your limbs and writhing. Your vision splits. You are both here and elsewhere. You see the outline of a twisted, gnarled tree as if through a thick, dirty film. It stretches far into the sky above you, or perhaps far below you into the ground. You hear whispers in your mind, maddeningly just incomprehensible. Ila. Tumna. You steel your mind and focus on the image of the assassins still twisting their hands, and the vision fades. The tentacles are recoiling from you as if they tasted something bad. Things are deteriorating. The assassin twirls their dagger, drops into a squat, and shifts. Watch out! Watch neck! The masked one was there, and now they're here, teleported directly in front of you. It's a lot of damage! You don't have time to react as the assassin plunges a dagger into your shoulder. It goes in deep. Shit! The assassin pulls a dagger out as you try to grab them by the arm, twisting away. The assassin's knife glows with dark energy. Heavy smoke spills from its edge and drifts through as it's suctioned into the mask. The smoke clears, the mask firmly planted on her face glowing faintly. Cielda, Kurs, Karpa, Mut. Shield, spear, arrow, death. The tongue of a far realm, of aberrations and esoterical abominations. Is it still their fucking turn? Her fucking turn? The assassin's eyes turn black as the shadowy tentacles begin to rise once again. There's no other recourse. It is time to finish this. The goblin whips another rock at the assassin. A shadowy tentacle slaps it out of the air at blinding speed. Oh gods! One last chance. You will finish this. Strike true. Snurs Inferno, advantage against evil, she's slipping on the grease. I am so clutch. You stomp through demonic tendrils, charging like an enraged gullbear up to the hapless assassin, your gauntlet meeting her face. The assassin wobbles and bends. One final jab. You punch again, and that is that. Her dagger flies across the chamber, and the assassin collapses unmasked and unconscious. There is a lull as the chaos of the fight abruptly cuts off. She's just a kid. It's a pity to see someone choose to be dangerous when they're so young. Reminds you of her. The assassin's eyes, now fully maskless, open. You step forth. Fucking bullshit! Depression. Acceptance. You're a little shit, you know that? Go fuck yourself. Let's just take her to the dungeon. She's earned it. Okay, to the Tolstad dungeon we go. As you do, her hood falls back, and you see the face more clearly. Huh? Oh shit. What the? Oh shit! Wait, what the hell's? That's... Wait, are you? If you tell my dad about this, I am going to actually kill you. The girl scowls. The daughter of your boss. Oh no. Well, this is certainly an embarrassing situation. Darrow clearly has some family issues to deal with. How terrible. You feel for anyone forced to be born in such a high-class family. I see. Teenage rebels rage even among the bourgeoisie. Oh god, you're one of those. What, politically active? Ugh, never mind. Now will you let me go? What makes you think that's even remotely a possibility? Because I'm so nice. She gives you a sad smile. No, you don't get to be cute and snarky after what you've done. No? Go shove that stupid slingshot up your ass, Goblin. It's not a... He shakes the leather strap. It is a sling. It's a weapon, not a damn slingshot. He is very correct. Even a child with a sling can bring down a giant. Let's put it like this. I'm going to walk out of here and you're not going to mention a single word about this to my dad. In return, I'll stop trying to kill you, okay? So you've been stalking me all this time, huh? You're not exactly difficult to find. What does that possibly mean? You do realize how loud you are when you're stomping around in those boots? Hey, he can be as loud as he wants, you hear? Where'd you get all this cool magic gear? What do you think? What, did your dad buy it all? No. I'm not sure, that's why I'm asking. Jesus, what an idiot. That's uncalled for. Ugh. Lady in the Pond? No. Magic item store? No. Dungeon crawl? No. Ugh. Tell me about that magic you were casting. No? Now let me go. No? Are you stupid? Why what? Why are you trying to kill me? Well... The girl glances at the mask on the ground beside her. Snell kicks it away. Now answer him. Fuck it, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I signed up for a stupid fucking deal, okay? Whose deal? I needed easy spell slots, he wanted an extra pair of eyes, win-win. But then he started asking for these night outings and the reconnaissance missions. Then he tells me to push some dumbass cleric into the river. I don't like killing people, but sure, totally worth it. Hey. But then you come back. You asshole. And whatever you do, you just keep fucking... As she speaks, the mask next to Snell begins to glow. Get down! For fuck's sake, now what? Damn it. You know that would happen. Esoteric bullshit. Explain. Are you happy now? I just broke my damn contract because of you. She lets out a loud groan. I'm a warlock. Or was. I had this whole thing worked out with Mr. Toilet Worm. Sounds like a great choice of master. Ugh, whatever. I don't care anymore. This deal was ass and I didn't want to do it anymore anyway. So there. I'm actually perfectly fine with my awesome mask being turned to dust. It's fine. Really. She does not sound very fine with it. She gets up and drops her cloak. I'm gonna leave now. Like, I'm actually going now. Should I just let her go? She has lost her patron. This does not mean she loses her powers entirely, even if they were channeled through that mask. But since she clearly has no reason to continue in her misguided attempt at killing you, you might as well let her go. Just let her go. A young girl gets caught up in trouble, best you can do is cut her some slack. She will surely learn from her mistakes. Are you absolutely sure, Wisdom? There is a darkness in her heart. You do not wish to remain near her for long. Fine. The bratty teenager starts walking towards the exit. And seriously, do not tell Dad! The goblin lets out a series of stilted laughs. Fucking hells. A teenage girl and your boss's daughter? That's actually funny, you have to admit. It's ridiculous. Oh well, let's go see if Mr. Toilet Worm is hiding in any of these tunnels. Meek agree, you hear your scarf mutter. Bad thing here. Deeper. In the grand hall around you, the one so filled with the sound of clashing blades, now grows eerily quiet. You see two paths, each leading into the darkness. Ooh, fancy knife. Unluck blade. Undead unlock reference. One of those ancient daggers that once had the capability to cast Wish. All the charges are spent, but the esoteric energies inside are still rumbling, causing a tiny esoteric pocket to rage all around it. While holding the dagger, you perform the exact opposite action of the one you intended to perform. You say yes when you mean no. Attempting to stab the blade in the air causes you to instead shove it in your own stomach. So let's just keep it holstered for now. What a stupid blade. Oh, that did something. What did? Oh! Thaumaturgy? Can you help me heal? Oh, what the fuck is that thing? Yeah, we're definitely grabbing that with Mage Hand. Vorjani River Droplets. Those being? A vial of blessed river water from Vorjani, Land of Giants. Popular among the Earthguard. It is usually labeled as not blood. Grants a minor strength increase for a week. Huh. Also, that being said, we should probably at least drink a couple of these healing potions. I am like fully out of spell slots. What the? Toll's Pass. Earthpost. This is a world map? This place is weird. Reeds, Ilim Forest. The Fortress. Still there 1,000 years ago. Ascan, Divini Torum. Oh, what's this? You step out onto the little lines. It is faintly lit. The chamber collapsed, rubble strewn across its surface. What you see is a slice, 1/8 of a greater whole. It's a map. Of Ascani, yes. Damn! However, it is old. Mountains and rivers alone do not align with any modern-day interpretation. Despite that, the shape of the coastline and of course the ever-standing fortress of Verdun showed clearly. This is Ascani during the era of the snail folk. You seeing this shit? Sure am. It's a map, right? I think so. Must be thousands of years old. Look at the little snail people on it. Your home. Mystical Resurgence. Regain 2 second-level spell slots. I'll take it. Your homeland, Shore's Point. What's this thing do? Oh, okay. This is letting me check out the map. I see. This looks like it's important. And that it might require, I don't know. I don't know what it might require. I'm kind of scared. A handful of lingonberries. They smell of the moist under hollow. They are too precious to actually eat, though. Plus, they leave terrible stains. Keep them safe. I don't know. What would be best here? Should we get even more intelligent? I feel like that would be pretty funny to do. Actually, yeah, this one would probably be better. Alright. Let's get into it. Or maybe not. It was the Drakekin who first broke the beasts of shore. What's this? You approach an iron door. This one bears the symbol of chains, with a comically crude little devil drawing underneath. It is simply how these folk wrote language, with images. I don't like this one, it's wrong. There's a devil inside. Ancient evil. You know what, I have a lot of first level spell slots. Let's try Comprehend Languages. Words shift. Meaning clarifies. Then, comprehensible words emerging from the chatter of a foreign tongue. Waiting so long, can you understand me now? Perfect clarity. Yes. A heavy exhale, relief. Good, good, now listen. I'm a prisoner here, not by the Tooling Khal, but by the mad wizard who roams this cursed place. He, by some feat of my own idiocy, managed to trick me into this cursed cell. By now, my soul is all but burned into the void inside, so please rip the seal and kill me. I would owe you quite a great deal if you did. Who are you exactly? I am, he pauses, a soldier. He's saying something interesting here. Maybe. Somewhat? Something? Convince him to tell you more about his very rupturing backstory. What do I have to lose? Just go for the leverage. Leverage? Yeah, but smooth. Hey, so I want to make sure who you are before I let you out. If you're someone interesting, I might be more likely to rip the seal. The voice is silent for a while until it eventually lets out a groan. Fine, I can see your intrigue. I will tell you, but it's not as interesting as you could imagine. Oh? I am Lezionas, a pike holder. It is akin to a sergeant in your terms. I was in Gorgorian's initial invasion. Initial invasion? Of Jor, yes. I've fought throughout each of the invasions, or as you call it, the Gate War, and I never fell, through hundreds of years of constant battle. I lived through his fall. His generals all have been ruined or destroyed over the millennia, if you believe the Blood City Council. However, I lived. I lived through it all. And now I'm here, stuck in this foul, damned, quite annoying Iron Gate, entirely due to my own fault. The Mad Wizard and the Trove? Indeed. Since the Coast War ended, that messy brawl, I have been following rumors of various artifacts stolen by your human arcanists. Those artifacts were hidden, scattered, sometimes handed down to these free striders, sometimes buried hidden in troves. One such trove is rumored to be found in the ruins of Tooling Khal, where your city of Norvik now stands. So I snuck in from the earth to find my contact, this Hagenshags. A mistake, of course, but my hubris caused me to underestimate the little plant man. That, along with some unluck on my part, caused me to get stuck here. For now, I would be happy to lose my physical body and be reborn in Blood Bay City. Please, rip the seal. If we ever meet again, I promise, I am in your debt, human. I don't see why not. He doesn't seem that much worse than your average top rank on this part of the coast. What do you want? Freedom! Break the seal, let my spirit fly! I will return to Gogorian's corpse as I should have done years ago. And then what? Then I return to some smaller form, hopefully not an imp, but we will see. Sure, okay. Yeah, I'll break the seal. Thank you. Break the seal and set me free. You grab the paper. It tears easily. Too easily. The seal shatters. Not flame, not smoke. It's spirit. A devil's essence. It rushes past you towards Blood City Bay. Towards Gorgorian's corpse. Into your mind. Don't let it in. Oh, this is gonna fuck me up. Oh yeah. This one's gonna be a hurtin'. The spirit slams into you. Infernal energy rips through you. Oh fuck! Cleric! I'm okay, I'm okay. Wonderful, thank you, human. Then you hear a faint cackling laugh. A whisper fading into nothing. The door now stands cold and empty. The devil is gone. Flying across the coast of Blood City Bay to regenerate. I didn't just doom someone, did I? Snell steps up and taps you on the back. I wouldn't worry about it. Now, can we go? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, okay, we freed a devil. This is probably one of the least harmful direct actions that I've made in the course of my life. So what, is this some kind of dungeon? Some kind of brig for the different people in the civilization? That seems like the most likely explanation. The seals and the doors and everything. Really don't want to talk to the whirlpool just yet. I've got a bad feeling about it. You approach the iron door. On it, a paper carrying a symbol. Looks like a flame. Is it just me, or is that door a bit hot? The air almost shimmers. Your goblin companion takes a step away from it. A faint sound like a whisper in the tunnel. Mortal. Don't say anything, just sweat. I wish for you to know my peril. I am Galvatar, one of the pearled flame. I have been trapped here for many eras. As the top every day of the Crimson Court, I would go to heavens and hells to serve you, if you only destroy the seal which holds me here. What happens if I break this? Freedom! Power! I will grant you wishes! Lies. It will kill you. Or enslave you. Genies do not give freely. Wait, have you been sealed for this long? Do not think, only act. The seal keeps you alive, doesn't it? Silence. Long. Heavy. You know nothing, mortal. You know enough. The iron door is a stasis. Break it and the Ifriti dies. I have been here for eons. If I die, so be it. It would rather die than stay imprisoned. Noble or mad? You're insane. I am free or I will be nothing. I think it would be a bad idea to press my ear against the door, but I want to see what happens. The metal burns. You could have foreseen that. On the one hand, I'm fond of the idea of just letting this guy pound sand. On the other hand, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You grab the paper. Burning. Yes, yes, break it! The Ifriti roars with triumph. Free me, mortal! I'll take it. You must pull. The seal resists. For a moment, the paper feels hard as steel. Then you see little cracks. The paper explodes into ash and flame.
Yes, I am.
Not gradually. Instantly, the voice cuts off. Like a candle snuffed, it is gone. The door grows cold, silent.
Is it dead?
The seal is gone. The Afridi is gone with it. The door is of cold iron. No heat, no life. Empty like it was never there.
Huh. Bummer.
Huh. Like some kind of journey.
Fun.
Oh, there's more over here. I guess we should probably check this out. Ooh, shit, that's a lot of seals. Let's munch on a couple more apples. You approach the ominous door. The tunnels lay silent, only your breath is heard. Placed across the surface, you see pieces of paper covered in ancient writing. Seals. They keep the spirit inside stable.
This is freaking me out.
Seals. Esoteric shackles. Yes, this is a prison. Indeed. This area is an ancient prison of the Tulin Kal. These are cells. Cells of the soul. An iron door. You press your head against the ground and against the walls. You see clearly. This door does not lead to anywhere. It is not tightly sealed, nor is it very fastened against the end of the tunnel. It is simply an iron door, set upright against the wall.
Oh, that's actually freaky. Feels cursed at minimum.
A magical prison lost in time. Hello? Your voice echoes down the tunnel. Then, after several seconds, you hear,
"There is someone here."
A light voice dances in the air. It gives you chills. I'm the cleric, who the hell are you? There is silence for a while longer. Then the voice says,
"It's been long.
I see not, I feel not. Yet you I hear, you beyond the door. I have a favor to ask you." Depends on what it is. The voice is silent for a few seconds longer. "Please save my husband." You catch a glimpse of the goblin giving you a worried expression. "I do not know who you are. I do not speak your tongue. The strings grant me these few words. They broke his soul into paper. He made a grave mistake, but this punishment is beyond cruel. They wanted him to see the end of the world, to lose everything. My love, my foolish, pretty, wonderful husband." I don't understand.
We'll help, don't worry.
"My fate is written." The voice fades beyond the door.
"Lady, we'll get you out of there."
"Please break him out. Break the paper. Speak his name, please. Save my Isk Urum." The pleading voice then stops.
"Lady?"
"Hello?" Nothing.
Jeez, that was something else.
I'm not gonna say anything. She needs your help. But are you the right one to do anything here?
Yeah, let's look into this.
Celestial tears. A rare sight. Emotions from an instrument of death. Okay, symbols. You lean in, checking them closely. You do not know this script. However, it is most likely some type of seal. Most likely the snail folk's lost tongue. We should probably investigate this later. Also, we have a level up now. None of these are going to give us a bonus, really, but I think... You know what? Wisdom bonus, why not? It's never led us wrong in the past. You approach the round door. Upon the surface, a single piece of paper clings to metal. This one, a crude drawing showing 3 creatures. A lion, a goat, and a snake. The symbols carry a deep meaning. A seal, a prison, a warning.
I like the goat.
You also notice a crack in the door. It is small, found in between several large pieces of shells.
You like the goat, Snow? Yeah, it's a nice drawing. And I have no personal issues with goats. Lions and snakes, though? Dangerous. Don't like that.
I see.
I know, very deep and meaningful. Now can we leave this thing alone? I'm getting the creeps. What about the crevice? You press your helmet against the crevice or crack, peering through the narrow gap between iron and stone. Darkness. Then movement. 3 sets of eyes glowing faintly in the black. One pair burns with amber fire. Another gleams with an unsettling blankness. The third, cold and reptilian. All of them watching you. You pull back instinctively, your heart pounding. Something's alive in there. More than one. Of course, the goblin sighs. Why wouldn't there be? Okay, this one seems like it's a bad idea to free. Just off the top of my head. I also feel like we're not getting the whole story with this one here. What am I getting in the questing tree? Cult hit. Assassin came for your life, you survived. River Take Ye. Lich House Blues, the Lost 6th Edition. 300 Pieces, Phoenix Folio. Very spooky. It is getting pretty late. There's a lot of juicy stuff we could do, but I'm not sure I want to call it here just yet. You approach the edge, and terrors arise. Oh. Toilet worm. Okay. Snell, we should run. I think we should get out of here, buddy. Maybe come back with some artillery support or something. Evil Everglad him in the pipes. Hello? Hello, Ron. You hear hyperventilation coming from the goblin. Can you truly stand against the creature of the void? No. No chance in any hells. Pray and kneel. Everything is shaking. Try to calm down and breathe. Oh no. You slowly and methodically get down on your knees, then down on the ground entirely. Does my visage frighten you? Yeah, please don't eat me. Fear is good. It keeps the meek alive. Cleric, just get up, okay? I think it wants to talk. Far you have delved. I am happy to greet you. The aberration's voice reverberates against the cold, wet walls of the sewer chamber. Naru supir. I am enamored. Impressed. Lucky to witness. Shivers. 1,000 eyes each focused on you. This is something evil. This is indeed a creature of the far realm. A trifler, yet larger than any specimen you've ever read about. Be wary. I have some questions for you. Knowledge is a commodity. Knowledge is my trade. I am a simple merchant. Trade, Ron. Trade with me. This thing won't kill me? Does not look like it, not now. I have to pay to ask questions? Each thought carries costs. I am generous. Cheap thoughts I give freely. Expensive ones will require sacrifice. So what is this place? Stones laid by snails. It was their prison, a complex to throw the unwanted and wicked for centuries. Then they burned. Millennia past, dwarves repurposed it, a cistern. Each pipe spread voices, thoughts, talks, whispers. I love it. A deep growl causes the ground to near quake. Your guts press against your lower throat. You okay, Snell? He nods without taking his eyes off the horrific aberration. Yeah. He takes a breath after holding it in for a while. Don't fuck this up. Please. What are you? I am the other which is beyond. Not the big other that you keep close to your chest. The small other. That is I. What you find yourself longing for in the dark.
His words focus on the concept of authority versus outsider. There is an other within any relationship, the third party of society. He, however, identifies as a separate other, outside of your society. That's very philosophical. Yes. Are you the one called Everglad? Yes. That is the name I adopted. The original title of my claim was considered too difficult. When I signed my first warlock servant, we agreed on a more modern name. Everglad we chose. It is appropriate. It shows my everlasting happiness. Warlocks? Yes, you had run-ins with my former servant, the girl. Oh, she was just stripped of her powers just outside here. Oh yes, I ripped the contract. Freya did not perform as to her promised level. We went over it many times. It was not a sudden decision, I assure you. I made sure to go through the appropriate steps. I offered training, magical enhancements, hex incantations, and even free knowledge. None of it was enough to get her the appropriate performance. Thus, we had ended up having to cut the patronage short. Very unfortunate. It is not often my warlocks end their service in anything other than death. He clacks his massive teeth together. I go through one servant at a time, so the position is now open. Interested? Cleric? The goblin looks worried. I would ask your goblin friend, however I sense hesitation for outsourcing on his end. You sent your warlock to kill me and then offer me their job as your servant? Well, it is something to be considered. Your performance, after all, is very admirable. I'll respectfully decline. Aw, how come? I'm a free man. Very well. We can discuss it later. I do not wish to push you into anything. I offer nothing but the best of terms as a patron of the dark. So, you haven't explained why you tried to kill me. That is correct. You're not going to tell me? Such knowledge comes at a price. The monster's eyes focus on you. There are many things I know. Many things I know you want to know. My trade works as such. You tell me a secret which I do not know. Then I grant you access to the knowledge beyond yourself. A fair exchange, free trade. You sure you're not a free strider? Not quite, no, though I admire their propensity for intrigue. The tentacles writhe around the cistern. It goes like this. You hand me a secret. I value its depth. I grant you knowledge in return. A fair trade is offered, I assure you. I don't think I have a choice to debate the rules here, do I? No, Ron. The monster then stares at you, waiting for it to be fed a secret from the crevices of your mind. What secrets could I possibly give this thing? That is a question you know well the answer to. The creature will know. What you want here is for him to tell you why he was trying to kill you, right? That's the main secret, yes. However, do you have what it takes to actually share a deep part of yourself with this abomination? Oh my god, DC 28. Muster up the courage to tell him your one deepest secret, the source of all your insecurity and shame. Come up with an argument as to why the information about him trying to kill you isn't worthy of a secret. You know what? What's the worst that could happen? Big Brain just is back in LA, baby. This farm realm beast might be savage in nature, but his demeanor is at least an attempt at civility. He'll listen to a good argument. Something that brings you to his favor if he were to offer a bit more. One piece of information for free. Mr. Everglad, I don't mean to speak for you, however, your offer of potential knowledge would be much more interesting if you were to grant me a solid taste test, is it not? Ah, you make a good point. But more than that, you make it sound as if you are quite happy about the idea of working with me. Which I enjoy. So sure, I will grant you a piece for free. Now, your wish to hear why. Why? Yeah, why? It lets out a grumble and squints the many, many eyes. Let me tell you about the Blood Tongue prophecy. A night dark as ink, some years past, a young scribe is overcome with maddening visions. On the morrow, the writing is recovered and kept secret by the council, yet the whispers of its content reached me nonetheless. I will not share its contents in full, as that is all too valuable a secret, but I shall share this one passage. Scent of Ukul midst a flame amiss, loyal death upon the day of suffrage consumed, laid at the feet of necromantic Dune. 1,000 clamour for Iron's wrath, all wrought in sundered trove beneath stone. There time itself as witness standeth mute, first by west, south, east, and north, an esoteric era marked forth. Sounds like divine era scripture. Words of fate. Ukul leaves. Huh. Ukul leaves bring death on election day? Yes. He opens his maw and clicks his fangs together. It is as unlikely as it appears, confirmed to be a truthful prophecy. Not yet come to pass fully, of course, as we are in fact not in an esoteric era born too true, since the ebb still lingers. So what does it mean? I wish the ebb to end. I saw in this prophecy my part to play. I saw the truth I could create, to bring about this fire to the legislative mass, a plot brought by the Mender's followers, the Elim elves. I chose to support a player in this game of intrigue, the one you seek, this rogue spellcaster you hunt. So you know who I'm after? Of course, I know most things to know. What can I trade to have you tell me? I'm afraid to say nothing. Do not worry. You will find out in time. So you tried to kill me to stop me from finding this rogue spellcaster of yours? His tentacles snap around the cistern. Freya was to destroy this government's cleric sent to investigate, to make sure the prophecy was given the space it needs to breathe. There was no doubt in my mind of this plan of action. Until you stepped into my chamber here, I see more than truth in you. It is obvious. I backed the wrong guy. Now I will look upon you instead, Ron. Still don't get it. That is unfortunate. Bring me my esoteric era, Ron. I am fully convinced you will. How ominous. An aberration obsessed with fate. This will surely haunt you. Have you seen a paladin down here? Some by the name Lord Gorm? You ask if the last paladin of your fated god. So you've heard of him. Your Lord Gorm, this missing paladin. You have already found his stash in the city below. That is all you will find upon this material realm. Ominous. Yes, but I cannot say more. Okay, what about a personal secret? Reveal a childhood trauma. I once ate an entire bucket of apples to make the other kids think I was cool. That would be pretty funny. That is rather sad. An entire bucket? Yeah. The monster closes his many eyes and growls. Yes, that I did not know. Let me share knowledge in return. You might have heard whispers of another creeping beneath your city. One hoarding knowledge not much unlike myself. A rival, you might say. But that fool refuses to do business. I'm afraid... But one of my favorite secrets is the tale of his past. The Nothic hiding under Norvik. The last of the Hagenshags. The Arcanist? He lets out another growl. The Hagenshags. A house of Arcanists, master of alchemical productions, as well as necromancy. These, if you excuse my tongue, wannabe warlocks were destroyed a long time ago. Unlike certain other houses, they did not survive the fall. Publicly. There's a Hagenshag's Nothic underneath the city? Imrak. His lair moves along the esoteric shuffles beneath, having mastered their chaos a long time ago. A truly mad genius. He arrived in the city alongside the first settlers, you see, hiding among them, back when he was human to set the Tulin ruins into his own personal flying fortress. Yet he gained more knowledge than he bargained for in those halls and tunnels. The esoteric madness brought him to darkness. His petition to Earth was the only showing he did. before disappearing permanently from human life. A petition rejected. In his gravity flip tower, the Nothic plots and plans. An infamous aberration-type creature. It is said to be created when a wizard falls too deep into the rabbit hole of forbidden knowledge. As in, the wizard becomes a creature. Not a pretty sight. So what's he planning? His empire, of course. Not that it will ever come to pass. A lone wizard in a time of ebb does not a party make, let alone a kingdom. Yet he still stalks the halls, hoarding books, stealing artifacts. The most important secret here is one none in this city knows, not even aware of the skulking Nothic below. That being, he is building something, Naru. Decades of planning, all in secret. What he is building, I do not know. No guesses? A cursed item, perhaps. Maybe a masked charm to bring the people under his sway, but see it as a tip. In the future, if you ever learn more about this Hagen Shags, come back and share with me. You will be rewarded. To think another remnant of the Arcanist hides in these tunnels. You must seek him out once the election is over. One could learn much from the Arcane era. Alright, thank you for your time. Well, that was scary as fucking, quite frankly, unpleasant. Let's never do that again. How do we get out of here? I think we could take the pillars back, but I think there should be another exit somewhere around here. Oh. Huh. 4 prisoners, and 2 of them have been freed. 4 glowing stones in all. I think this is a good place to end things for today. Okay, that was quite productive. That being said, I think I'm just going to... Is anybody even live right now? I don't know if they are. Are they? They might be. I don't know who gets funky on a Sunday night. Yeah, no. I think I'm just going to end things here for today. But that was a pleasant little jaunt. I'm glad that we managed to figure out how to go deeper into the tunnels. All it took was 3 hours of my time and figuring out that I needed to reverse engineer a magical pickaxe. That was a lot of fun. Alright. Take it easy, everybody. I'll see you next week. Later. Bye.